It me, the streamer. Hold on, I'm not actually in position. Oh jeez. The aggressive scooting noises. They're here. Like, see, I woke up early to, like, prepare for this, and I'm still unprepared. Nice. That's classic sea fairy behavior right there. That's what that is. Give me 1 second. Phones. Dude, this phone stand I have is like slightly tilted. It's just the slightest bit uneven, which is unfortunate for me. Anyways, 3 years, guys. Three whole years that I've been doing this bullshit. What the fuck? I know you guys can't see me, but that's because I don't think you guys are ready for the epic room reveal. Just kidding, here it is. Whoa! I have a whole ass bedroom now, and I sit. Look at me, I sit so cute. Amazing. Uh, yeah, I don't know why this is the thing that I decided to do for my 3 years was make a fucking bedroom. Um, but alas, I have a bedroom. I also contemplated starting to stream on Twitch and YouTube. Um, but I hate YouTube. So I decided against it. And I think that that's fair. Anyways, but yeah, so I've got this little room now. Everything was made by Argama Witch. Um, I found all this stuff on Booth. It was all free, thankfully. Yeah, everything, every single room asset, the monitor, my chair, microphone, it was all made by Argama Witch. I do have her booth linked in my about me if anybody else wants to get these little assets. I just figured it was time for a little change. I also realized part of the issue we might have been having with my lag when I was playing games, I had VC face set to, why the fuck is my settings open? Sorry. I had VC face set to above normal priority. But I did not have Warudo set to above normal priority. Warudo was still on. It's, why did it not? It didn't update. Okay. Yes, change priority. There we go. Warudo was still on normal, which means that whenever I would, tab into a different game, it would your computer, I'm pretty sure, like, by default is going to prioritize whatever whatever window you're tabbed into, right? So, I've got Warudo running in the background, and that's fine, but Warudo's a big program. So is Dying Light and Cyberpunk. So what happened was I would run fine when I was tabbed into Warudo because it was prioritizing it, but then I would tab out of it so it would stop having as much priority. So I've changed it, so hopefully we won't have any lag, but we won't get to test that today because we're playing The Last of Us. I don't know. I wanted to play it. I'm not playing part 1 cuz I can't for the life of me aim with a controller. And I don't own this game on my PC because I'm not paying $60 for a game that I own. But I didn't want to be all frustrated with my inability to aim, because it's like there's an auto aim on The Last of Us Part 1, but it only works if you're on easy mode. So, yeah. And I don't want to play on easy mode, I want to play on normal mode. But I can't. But the difficulty settings for The Last of Us Part 2 are very customizable. I'm still probably gonna fail epically at shooting, but I'm sure it'll be better. I also love this. When I talk, when I'm like in this thing, also my chair is my everything in the room is just a PNG. So my chair, you see it moving with me, it's because it's literally attached to my spine. It's literally anchored to my spine so that when I move, it moves. I didn't know what else to do. I had it originally. The way that I had it originally was it was just a thing on my OBS. Like, hold on, I think I can still show you. Like, see, I just had it in my OBS. But then I was like, how cute would it be if the chair moved with me? Like, how cute would that be? I think that'd be very cute. I will also be sitting in my chair on screen, like during the game. I've tried to make it so it's not like too much in the way. I think I did okay. That won't be like an every single stream thing though. That's only if I'm wearing shorts. Because if I'm not wearing shorts or like a specific type of skirt, I can't sit. Um, Not because I'll be flashing you. Trust me, that's not the reason at all. The reason is actually because of this. Do you see it? Do you see it? I am actually flashing you a little bit. Let me change that. Hold on. I have plenty of dresses that have like shorts underneath them. I can just change really fast. Just change to a dress that's got some shorts. Here we go. This one's got some shorts. I know for a fact because this person that I get I got this outfit from always puts safety shorts underneath their dresses. Yeah, do you see what I'm like the yeah, exactly. The skirt is real cursed if I'm sitting down, so I will not be sitting down when I'm wearing a skirt. However, I'm wearing shorts today. It's only like specific skirts, so it's only skirts like this. See, if I were to here, this one also has safety shorts. This skirt is tighter, so this one works better. But yes, point being, I will not always be sitting down, so the chair will not be there for every single stream. If I'm wearing something that's a bit poofier, I have to be standing to avoid a weird issue. And yes, I know my wings aren't moving. Don't worry, I'm gonna change back to my other outfit. Also, I will take a short, teeny tiny break in like 15 minutes just to run downstairs. I put corn dogs in the oven. That's actually why you guys were waiting for 8 minutes, was because I was putting corn dogs in the oven. um, but yeah. Uh, Anyways, I just want to thank you guys also. I just want to thank you guys for getting me this far. I know that I've been really inconsistent with my streams because I'm gonna be honest with you, because of my depression, that's why I don't wake up on time. So fuck you, anybody that's made fun of me for that, and fuck you, anybody that's pointed it out. I'm aware. I know. I'm sorry I can't wake up on time because I'm fucking depressed. Die! That's a joke for legal reasons. But yeah, at any rate, either way, thank you guys for sticking with me and tuning in for however many years you've been tuning in for. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys, and I look forward to more years worder for more years to come. I like I said worder and then I've got a fucking bubble tea. My boba. I don't have a vacuum, unfortunately. Um, I did something a little cool, kind of, for specifically playing, this game, or just games, like, with a controller. So, unfortunately, without a little bit of finicking, um, Warudo is not going to read my controller if I'm not using it on my computer. So, if I were playing like the Walking Dead games, for example, because the controller plugs directly into my computer, Warudo would register that, and you would be able to see me moving my fingers. That's not the case here, however, just because obviously this is like it's plugged into my computer right now, but that's just because it had to charge. But it's connected to my PlayStation, obviously. But I still have a little controller. Hold on, let me. Boop. Yep, give it a second. I have like different scenes for everything, so I still have this little controller. Um, it's just my hands won't move. So like I'm holding it, but that's about it. That's about as far as it's gonna get. Also, I fixed something. I did a little bit of a little bit of did a little bit of a thing. Check this shit out. Bam. Now the now the box is actually like on me. Isn't that cool? Let me move that down. Move that. There we go. Yeah. I fixed the box because it was really annoying me being so small. But yeah, at any rate, let's go ahead and let's just hop right on into this. I'm hoping we won't get any lag, cause I'm gonna be honest with you, my PlayStation was being a little bit silly, like didn't want to turn on silly. Uh, so that's cool. That's sorry. I feel like the chair. I'm not sitting on the chair. Like it doesn't look like I'm sitting on the chair. Let me just whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Now my ass is on the chair. And now also the chair takes up less space. I like that it I'm sorry, I really like that it moves with me. So yes, so I have the controller, I'm holding a controller. The only thing is that like obviously it's not my fingers aren't gonna move. I can't do much about that. I'm really sorry. I would love it if I could. I can't. Because Warudo just doesn't have that as an option. Well, it technically does, but again, it's unless like my unless the controller is being used for specifically my computer, I can't show my movements. But yeah, I'm sorry. Can we just look at how cute this room is? Obviously, I have stars everywhere because it reminds me of home. One day I'll return to the sky. No. No. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with me today. Yeah, at any rate, once again, Worder, once again, thank you guys for the 3 years. And let's get into The Last of Us Part 2. Full disclosure, I have played this game before, so I know what happens. Um, sure, we'll go with New Game Plus. All the upgrades and crafting recipes will be available from the start. Yeah. Let me get my custom. That is. Let me get my custom here. Custom challenge. Well, that's just moderate. That's fine. Moderate plus is more difficult than moderate. Oh no. Okay, I have to have Automatically reorients the and let me turn off. I don't want camera assist. No, I don't want to play on easy mode. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to play on light plus mode because I need the lock on aim. Oh, okay, no, this works. Okay. Good. Alright, yes, yes. I was about to say, like, I remember there being something where I could, like, fully customize everything. So yes, moderate plus, that's fine. It does not matter to me what things are on. I can always go in and change the difficulty settings. The thing that's most important to me is legit that I have lock on aim because I can't aim with a controller for shit. What is this? Oh my god. That's can you imagine if I turned on permadeath? No, bro, guys, I will die so often. Alright, let's do this. If the game needs turned up, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't actually know how to do that. Ah, yeah. I can maybe, hold on. Sound and devices. I don't know. There might be options in the game itself. There should be, what kind of fucking game, like, even on console doesn't have audio options? I'm sure that the game does. What? Okay, I'm sure that the game does. My corn dogs are ready. So hold on. The game is loading. Also, there is a loading circle behind me. Dude, I have to go get my corn dogs. I don't want my corn dogs to burn. Yes, I know a Naughty Dog game. Also, we don't talk about the show. I've not seen it, but I've seen clips of season 2, and oh my god, it's awful. Okay. I'll be right back. Quick, run! Stare at the moth! Look at the moths! Look at the trees! corn dogs acquired. Pink lemonade also acquired. I'm sorry. I have 2 coasters on my desk. Only on the floor. I think that was a chip, but it's fine. But one of the coasters I use is for, like, plates, basically. Stop the plate from sliding all over my desk, because it's elevated slightly. The other one is literally just like a little cloud that I'll put my cups on. It came with my wrist rests that I got. Oh my god, I forgot. So a really cool thing with this game that you guys can't see, obviously. The controller, its light will change color depending on what your health is. So mine right now is green, but it'll start turning red as my health gets lower. Which is just kind of cool. Sorry, I'm gonna be moving around a lot just because I usually do, but it's even worse when I'm when I'm using controller. Yeah, alright, let's get into this. Cutscene number 1. When Joel is still alive.
I don't know what happened. I was supposed to take her to the Fireflies and walk away. You go halfway across the country with someone. She needed her immunity to mean something.
Also, sorry. You are going to have black bars at the top and the bottom of your screen. Because this game captures in 1920 by 1080, not the 1920 by 1200. So you can either have the little black bars, or you can have it stretched. I assumed you guys would have preferred the little black bars. I also have them, so we're actually seeing the exact same thing for once. What do you have for audio? Good. Mono audio is off. If it gets a little too scuffed, then I'll turn it on, but...
Cure business. Maybe I just wanted to do right by her.
Is that guitar coming clean at all? Because I don't think it is.
You found the Firefly. Because of her, they were actually going to make a cure.
They think. All they really did was x-ray it. I don't think they actually did any tests or anything on her.
It would kill her. Sweet Jesus.
Doctor?
What are you doing? I won't let you take her. This is our future. Think of all the lives we'll save.
Jesus Christ, Joel. What do you do?
A lot of murder.
I saved her.
Lot of murder. That's what he did. He did so much murder. Sorry, I'm gonna get up my... Getting up my, my stream manager on my other monitors so I can make sure it's not lagging. It's a hell of a delay though, oh my god.
Don't let him get away!
Oh, no, it is coming clean. Oh, wow.
God damn. That's some. That's a lot.
Alright, well,
What does Ellie know?
delay is a little bit, but
I
it's
told her
not
they just ran
terrible.
some tests.
It could be way worse. That's for sure.
I told her her immunity meant nothing.
And she believed you?
Maybe.
I didn't say otherwise.
We should head back.
How are you planning to carry that guitar all the way back to Jackson without a strap, my guy? He's just gonna be riding the horse. Okay, apparently there's a strap now. Okay, where the fuck did you get the guitar strap? Oh my god. Well, it's fine. Not worried about it. Alright, let's go. I'm gonna give a warning for, like, not right now, it doesn't happen right now. But I'm gonna give a warning for animal death for the entire game. Because, you kind of run around and have to kill dogs. Not wolves, dogs. But you know, it's fun. Sorry, wait. Maybe I should turn on. No, sorry. You know what? Let me go ahead and turn on the auto camera. The camera there might have just, like, meant to have been on the side, and that's why it didn't change. I'm so good at not riding a horse. Oh my god. It's just like how I ride my horse in Red Dead. Except, like, a million times worse for some reason. Wow. Look at all that scenery. Beautiful game, honestly. For the non-remastered version, it's still a really pretty game. Same with the first one. Though to be fair, I technically have the remastered of the first one, but they remastered it twice. Because I think they remastered it for PS4 and then they remastered it again for PlayStation. Okay, auto jump, I guess. So I have the remastered for PS4, not for PlayStation. Wait, what? They remastered it for the PS4 and then they remastered it for PC. What? I have it remastered for the PS4, not for the PC, because it's $60 on the PC. If anything, I'd get this one remastered. Partially for the mods, because genuinely I think that I've seen some of those mods. I saw somebody turn all of the enemies into Abby. And I was like, okay, no, you know what, that's fair. That's fair. I like Abby as a character. I'm not gonna say she ruined the game or anything. And I'm not gonna say any. I saw somebody saying that the characters were ruined in this game, and I'm like, dude, it's been 5 years. Like, right now, I'm pretty sure this is right after the events of the first one. But like, once we get through this opening section, it's been 5 years since the first game. If you went into this game expecting Joel and Ellie to be the exact same people, that's on you. I'm sorry. I'll tolerate like like a little bit of shit talk for this game, but I'm not gonna tolerate like downright slander. Because it's a good game. People are just fucking stupid.
It's okay. I got him. You go on.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right.
About what we were talking about earlier. I can't say I'd have done different. I'll take it to the grave if I have to.
Fuck you, Tommy. I'm sorry. They do kind of kill Tommy's character. I will agree with that.
I'll see you later, Tom.
Look, I wouldn't say that Ellie and Joel are ruined, but I've also only played this once, so you never know. Part of the reason I wanted to replay it is because I've seen so many people just like talking about the different things and like what specifically they didn't like, and I don't really remember this game too well.
Hello? Ellie?
It's like, from what I remember, Ellie is still the like sort of same wisecracking individual. She's just less. I mean, she goes from like a kid to like a young woman, and I don't think people realize that like it's so crazy the amount of people that are like, oh, they ruined the characters. It's been 5 years. Again, it's been 5 years. They're not going to be the exact same character that they were in the first game. 1 and 2, my wings haven't been going this entire time. That's embarrassing. And like it's legit. Hi, Cece. It legit feels like people went into this game expecting it to be like Ellie would still be 14 years old, and I'm like, dude, I've seen the clips of the show in which for some reason they wrote Ellie to still act like a 14-year-old girl. I'm not gonna say anything about Bella Ramsey's performance, because like I think that they're doing a great job in performance. But the fact that they wrote Ellie to still be the exact same character that she was in the first game and in the first season is fucking ridiculous. Like, I think that is The Last of Us Season 2's greatest downfall, is how they wrote Ellie. Just from what I've seen. They also changed a lot of shit. So she gets bit like every other episode I saw, and I'm like, no. No, what do you mean? Ew. As the changes that I saw, I was just like, so glad I never watched the show. Like, I'm so happy I never watched it, because my god. They ruined it. Oh, jeez. Yeah, point being, Ellie goes from a little kid to, like, a young woman. So don't expect her to still act like the character in the first game, because she's not. Neither is Joel. So just, like, I don't want to hear any bullshit about, oh, they ruined the characters. No, they didn't. It's been 5 fucking years, you're just stupid. It has canonically been 5 years, you're just stupid.
Jesus. Almost gave me a heart attack.
I tried knocking.
Oh, you're still alive, aren't you?
Hey,
Hey.
What's up?
what's up, Joel?
Ceiling?
Just checking in.
Wait, oh my god!
Folks are, talking about how impressed they are with you and
Sorry, I just noticed
well
on
you're
her shelf she's
helping
got
out.
the toy from Sam.
It's good.
yeah.
She's got the toy from Sam. Oh my
Tommy and I
god.
went out riding the other day, and he
Oh, that's a neat I never noticed that. I've only played this game once.
they told me a joke, and I thought about you. It's Oh, shoot, no, I forgot it. Something about a clock. How do you...
Joel, it's
You can
pretty
see
late
it
and I
above
gotta
Joel's shoulder there.
get up in a few hours.
Yeah. I know. I'm gonna get out of your hair. Just,
CC, no,
I
these are
wanna
my
show you
poor
something.
dogs.
Just give me 1 second.
What's this?
It's a guitar!
Some folks call this thing here a guitar.
Yeah!
Funny.
You wanna hear something?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Play me a song, right, man?
Promise me that you won't laugh.
Nah, play that funky music, white boy, come on.
I won't laugh. I won't.
I will. Even if
Trust
she
me.
doesn't, I will. Oh, right, I forgot we actually play the guitar, sorry. Sorry, I forgot we like actually play the guitar in this. You can actually go in and like play a
If I
song
were to lose you,
too.
I'd surely lose myself. Everything I have found here.
I can't believe he's foreshadowing the entire
by
game.
myself. Try and sometimes you'll succeed to make this man of me. All my stolen missing parts I've no need for anymore. 'Cause I believe, and I believe, 'cause I can see our future days, days of you and me.
Sorry, bro, didn't foreshadow shit. The first line is very like, if I were to lose you, then I'd
There you
lose
go.
me too.
Well,
It's very
that didn't suck.
I'll
very
take what
good
I can
description
get.
of Ellie throughout the game, I think. I think after Joel dies, she definitely loses herself and gets lost in revenge and everything.
She's yours.
You know.
No. I don't know the first thing
I
about
promised that I'd teach you how to play.
You put your fingers in location and then you strum.
this. You did.
That's it. That's literally it. I wonder if she
What do you say,
has
tomorrow night? First lesson?
the chemical burn yet
Yeah.
or not, because she burns her
Okay.
her bite to hide it. I'd
Okay.
assume, just judging based off of the bandage, that she has given herself the
Did-
chemical burn.
Do you remember the joke?
No, of course he didn't. Look at him.
What is the downside to eating a clock? It's time consuming.
That's so dumb.
Yeah.
The slow turn.
Good night, kiddo.
The slow turn. I was just... That was so stupid. That was so stupid. At least he's got his dad jokes going now. Dun dun dun. I eat. Good night. No, I eat. I eat.
Shit.
Wait, is that Dina actually? Dina is so thick.
Hey,
Ah,
sorry, I
yeah, I'll
totally
take it. I
overslept.
like
Just give me a
Jesse.
minute and I'll
It's
get
fine.
dressed.
I heard you had quite a night after I left.
Me and all my
She
homies
kissed
love
me.
Jesse.
It
I
was
love
just
Jesse.
Dina being Dina. She didn't mean anything by it.
I love Dina too.
I was talking about your fight with Seth. Wait, you kissed Dina?
He doesn't care.
Oh.
He's just a cool guy. He doesn't care.
I thought this.
We're broken up 1 week and you make a move on my girl?
Don't know.
She was probably just trying to make you jealous. I would never. Fuck, this is awkward.
I'm messing with you, man.
Sorry. Jesse and Ellie
I
are
don't
like
care.
best friends,
Get dressed.
by the way.
You're the worst.
It's kind of fucked up you did that.
Like
Together, we're already late.
I know.
Smells fine.
It really be like that though. Just yeah, I don't stink.
So tired.
Oh, you mean it's 6:30? Wait, she's got a drawing of Dina? Oh my god, of course she does. Of course she has a drawing of Dina. I should have known. I know my boots. My kniffy. Why do I sleep? Wait. I was about to ask why I sleep on the couch. But there's a... You know, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Where the fuck is my shit at, dude? Okay, sorry. This fucking... motion blur. Motion blur. Display. Motion blur. I hate motion blur. I don't know why. I've always had this thing. I don't like it. Okay, you checked the chamber, but you didn't check the magazine. What if that's an empty magazine? Okay, she checked the dude. Check. Oh my god, wait, yo, is that 2D fruit? That's my favorite. How did they know I love my 2D fruit? Delicious. Dude, that guitar case is gonna fall. That guitar case is so gonna fall. Oh my god, wait. Jeez. Yo, PlayStation 3! Yo! It's literally... It's actually a PlayStation 3! I bet she's got The Last of Us Part 1 popped into that right now. Oh my god, wait, look at that fucking... I can't tell if that's a DVD player or let me turn down the film grain. Is that a DVD player or is that a... That's a DVD player. Oh my god, look at how fucking old that damn thing is. It says DVD on it. That's definitely a DVD player. I can tell that it says DVD on it. 100%. That thing is... Oh my god.
Hey, is Joel up?
We got reports of infected out north. We sent him and Tommy out early to scout.
That sucks.
Yeah, can't imagine they got much sleep. Definitely not as much as you.
Shut up. I was just about to get up. I was.
You got everything?
Sure.
Yes.
Heads up, you're the talk of the town this morning.
What?
What'd I do?
Let me see if I got this right. You kissed Dina,
She kissed me,
She kissed me.
but
which
either way,
triggered Seth to call you a not so nice word.
a slur.
Then Joel decked him,
More of a push.
and then you got mad at Joel. That part confused me.
It was a strange night, man.
Sounds exciting.
Yep.
Maria wants a word with you.
Had a great time.
Oh
Where is
no,
she?
but women are
Dinah.
scary.
Is this about Seth?
Probably.
No clue.
Just tell her you never saw me.
Nope.
Where's your fucking loyalty?
Excuse me?
No, you know what? I'm getting up a collectibles guide. Jesse, if that is your real name. It is. Last us part 2 collectibles. Yeah. I just hit Shift Tab, even though I don't own this game on Steam. The way that I have to play this game is literally like I'm literally playing like a pop-out window.
Hey, so we're okay, right?
You and me? Yeah, of course. Dina and I are done.
I know. It's just I don't want you to think.
Ellie, we're cool. Promise.
Told you. Jesse's my man. I love Jesse. It's too bad he dies. Anyways. Me and my homies. You know, my homies.
Thanks.
Jesse. I legit, like, when I first played this and Jesse died, I legit was so surprised that I paused the game. Yeah. This would be so cool if I could read. Oh my god, dog. Dog. Doggo. Doggo. That's not a dog. That's a dog, though. Pet him. Pet the doggy.
Hey, old timer. Yeah, get a good scratch.
Pet the puppy! Why did you wipe your hand? You're wearing gloves, girl.
Hey, Ellie.
I heard there was something going on between them before.
Is that an elk?
There's always been something
Jesse.
funny between them.
That's just how girls
hi.
are.
Here she comes. Shh.
Maybe? Possibly an elk? I can't think of what else would be that big. It's definitely not a bear. It's not big enough. It's too big to be a deer, obviously. I know that there's elk in this area, though, like in the game. Well, this would be so cool if I could read. There is literally only one more collectible in this section of the game, so don't worry. It's inside of Aw. Aw.
Want to grab some breakfast?
No. Where's Maria?
In the back.
Fuck you looking at? Alright, we're looking for a barrel.
Excuse me.
Ellie, there you are. Come here.
Alright, never mind. Look
Seth's
after.
got something he wants to say to you.
I don't want to hear what that bigot has to say.
Do it for me. Please.
Fine.
Seth. Seth, come here.
Fuck me.
Hey. Look, last night I was drinking too much.
So you called me a slur?
Sure.
I'm trying to say I'm sorry.
Well, then just say you're sorry.
Maria tells me that you and Dina are headed out.
Yeah, we're gonna go bang.
Made you some sandwiches.
Okay.
They're steak.
Thank you, Seth.
Yeah. Well, you be safe out there.
Yep.
I don't
appreciate
remember.
that.
He either calls her the F slur or the D slur. I don't remember
Bigot
which one.
sandwiches.
Smells good.
They're yours.
You sure?
It's fine.
Let me walk you out.
Okay.
And yes, the slur is actually said, but it's literally only said once in like the entire game, and it's just when we get a flashback of that night. So I'm not really super duper worried about it. Here we go.
Finders keepers.
Still can't read, so let's see what's going on here. What's the score? No score, because they erased their score. The fuck?
When you go out, I want you to trade off with Tommy and Joel. Those boys have been up for far too long.
Where do I meet them?
If you go up to the Northwest Lookout, they're scheduled to arrive later today. But watch yourself. I mean, there's too many sightings of infected recently.
Of course. I was gonna check out the creek trails. I'll need someone else to cover it.
Ellie, you know the creek trails?
Not really.
Dina's done it a bunch. I'll have the two of them take it.
Well, that solves that.
He's encouraging my homosexuality. How dare he?
Ellie, can I talk to you for a sec?
I guess.
So,
Look, I don't know what's going on with you and Joel.
Maria,
The guy really cares about you. And I'm sure he didn't mean to.
we're fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sorry to pry. Be safe.
Thanks.
Yo, Dina, assignments.
Just give me a minute.
We get your girlfriend to the stables, please.
Hey, Dina. Can I talk to you?
Hey, guys, I'm tapping out. Come on. For how long?
What's poppin', Dina? What's Jen? A icon?
I just want to say sorry for running off last night.
Oh, it's okay. I totally get it. I felt bad.
Why?
Because I started the whole thing, and I shouldn't have kissed you in front of all of those people.
No,
And
you were drunk. It's fine.
well, still, I don't want you to think.
No, I'm not reading into it or anything. Just
You know what I love about you? How you let me finish my sentences.
all right. Well, we should probably get going.
Yeah.
Ow! What the fuck? I'm not even
boo!
playing. Cause you're a chicken. You're a chicken.
I hate this kid so much.
You want to fuck him up?
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
You asked for it. You better run, you little shits. Holy shit! Get to cover. Go, go.
Oh. This is my target practice for the clickers later. As children. Oh, jeez. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Nom nom nom. I take a sip. Let's get back to it. No.
Ow! We're on the board, suckers.
Work on that kid.
Oh look, another child.
Eat that. Fuck yeah.
No.
Don't tell your mom.
I don't know how to crouch.
Oh, I'm coming for you,
What's the
Tiny.
crouch button? Wait. What's the crouch button? Dina, how do I crouch? What's the crouch button? View controls. Okay. Okay. There we go. To a circle.
Dang it. Eat snow, you little shit. Oh, you like that?
Haha, I hit crouch, you can't get me! Man, Dina's getting all of the points. Dina's getting all the points. You guys can't see it. It's 4 to 10 for me and Dina. And then
suck it!
2 to 10 out for the kids.
I know where you live, Alex. We're winning.
Yeah,
In your face.
You can't beat us.
Oh, you better
You
not.
can't beat us. We're
See
we're
you.
gay.
Ow.
Ow.
Taught you
Okay.
that.
Tina, I'm getting back into cover.
Eat
I'm
snow.
getting back into cover, Dina. I'm not doing too good here.
Ow.
My face.
Good shirt.
Oh, that's the
Don't
worst.
love you.
Okay, Dina, you gotta really be that honest with them. A child!
You suck.
A child!
You better run. You better run.
A child!
Gotcha. Not fair. Eat it, Shrimps.
It's just running away. I just kept hitting child.
No. Get her.
Right trigger.
You'll never get away with this.
Alright, yeah, sure, I'll help her.
Off of her, you monsters. All right, we actually have some work to do. Scram.
He wasn't even trying to
I guess
fight
I
back.
asked
He
for
was
that,
just
huh?
running away from me, so he just kept throwing
Let's
the
go.
snowballs. Hi, Pigeon. Look, I didn't know what else to do. I think that was pretty good. I think that's a pretty good,
So, Jesse
I
wants
think
us
that's
to do
pretty
the
good.
creek trails. He's gonna relieve Joel and Tommy.
Oh, that's nice you assigned us together. You're gonna like this route.
Tina is thick.
Morning, girls.
Morning.
What's poppin'? I am not even, like, Dina is actually, she's so thick.
I'll bring him in.
I can't.
Thank you.
Forgot how thick she was. Oh my gosh, she's 19. Okay, she is a whole adult woman. Mostly, she's a young adult. A young woman. But I'm also only 23. Dude, they just did not need to make her that
That's a
thick.
good girl.
Look
Who's here?
Thanks. Come on. All right.
My haunts.
Hey, Shimmer.
Did 14-year-old Ellie name this
Look who
horse?
decided to join us.
Yeah.
Horses can live
One
for a
for
damn
you.
long time, so like I wouldn't be surprised if it's
And
okay.
one for you.
That's a bolt action. I'll excuse you only looking in
Open
the
it up.
chamber that time because there's no magazine.
Settle down, children.
The pistol
All right.
though. Inexcusable.
You all know the drill. Run your routes, mark your logbooks, clear any infected you see. You run into anything you can't handle. You come back.
Aye, Captain.
Be smart about it.
Jesse is also very pretty. He's a very pretty
All right.
man.
Get going.
Where are your feet, Pigeon? I don't know. She's seeing something right now. She's staring into the fucking void, and the void is staring back. Okay, I don't have any weapon upgrades until I get to Seattle, so after all of this. Where's my controller battery at? Where Abby already? I know it kind of switches back and forth a little bit here in the beginning part. Abby and Ellie. What you dreaming about, girl? Men? Yeah. I have nightmares about that too. My god, girl, you need a fucking manicure. That's it. Spa day with Abby. We're going to the spa with Abby here.
Hey. What were you dreaming about?
Was I talking?
You're doing your teeth grinding thing.
Where have you been? Owen. Fuck, I hate
Grab
Owen
your gear.
so much.
I want to show you something.
Yeah, fuck you, Owen.
What?
Is it a cliff
Trust
I
me.
can shove you off of?
Come on. This way.
I wouldn't say I hate Abby. I will agree, like, I do kind of just dislike her, just
It's cold.
not in, like, her, it's just,
Are you
she's
sure
a
you don't
good
want to do this when the
character.
sun's out? And
I
it's
just,
warmer?
you know, we
No.
all of us, all of
Can't
the
wait.
players have a
And you don't wanna
extreme
just tell me?
bias towards Ellie and
You
Joel,
need to
right?
see it.
And that's kind of what it comes down to, with me not liking Abby, I guess. I don't, like, I'm not gonna shit on, like, the fact that you get to play as her. I'm not gonna go, "Ooh, I have to play as Abby." But I'm gonna play the game. X.
What are you doing wandering around out here by yourself?
I don't know, Laura Bailey.
Been restless.
I'll just call
Me too.
her Laura Bailey the entire time, I guess.
Feel like the farther south we go, the prettier it's gotten.
You want to keep going?
How do I?
Just drive all the way to Mexico?
I've thought about it.
You can see Manny's hometown.
Yeah, I don't see that living up to his stories somehow.
Yeah, no, probably not. You did all this in the dark?
Yes. Now come on.
Gotta wait for your ass to move, Owen.
You keep going like this, we're gonna be tired for today's trip.
It's not that far.
Hey, is Mel okay? She seemed out of it these past few days.
She's pregnant.
She'll be
I mean,
fine.
what?
Will you stop being weird? You're freaking me out.
I'm not being weird.
Yes, you are.
Are you breaking up with Mel?
What? No. You wish.
I've
was
had my
that?
fill. Thank you.
Okay.
You're gonna have to run to make it.
Yeah,
If
no,
you can do
sorry.
it, I can do
was
it.
just, I didn't know that there was a dodge. On account of I never dodge.
Wow.
We
Like-
can't all be as graceful as you.
And ever,
Clearly.
like, ever, I'd like
What
never
is that?
dodge.
You'll be fine.
It's too high.
Come on.
Dude, Owen.
Hey. Eyes on me. Abby. Stop looking
Name
down.
reveal! I don't think, like, do you know that you're not being helpful?
Do we have to go back this way?
You know that you're being,
Consider
you're
it
just
an
being a little
opportunity to work
shit?
on your fears.
How about I work my foot up your ass?
I agree.
Abby. Stop flirting.
Fucking hate Owen, my god. You'd think I'd have the bias that, like, makes me hate Abby, but no, I fucking hate Owen.
Is this it?
We made it.
Have you told anyone else?
Wanted you to see it first. I saw an armed patrol go from town to an outpost over there. There's a few more outposts in between. They have electricity, guns.
Yep. Living it up in the apocalypse.
It's a lot of people.
We can figure it out.
Okay. Assuming he's in there, how do we get to him?
We can corner one of the patrols and get confirmation, and then, I don't know, maybe find a way to lure him out.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure they'll be happy to offer that information up.
Well, then we make them.
Do you hear yourself?
Oh my god, I want to shove him off a cliff.
Okay, what do you want to do?
Bad. I want to kill him so bad.
What is going on with you?
Mel's pregnant.
Oh my god, I had no idea.
Oh. Okay.
It's not just that, though.
Should I say congrats?
When everyone else sees this, they're gonna want to turn back.
We can convince him, right? I fucking knew I couldn't count on you.
It's because he's awful.
I want what you want.
No, you don't. Shut up.
Not
You're
anyone
terrible.
else.
I hate you. I'd die.
Don't.
God, I can't wait to kill you later.
See you back at the lodge.
Fuck it.
Ow. Alright, there's no collectibles in this section, but there's collectibles back as
I'll do the whole thing on my own.
when I'm Ellie again, so you know. Okay, so not that way. Here we go. Okay, so I can't help but notice that it's still not this way. This way, okay. See, you see, it's hard to tell like what's real and what's a video game barrier. Wait, is there ice? Is there water somewhere? Or worder? No, I was hoping there'd be worder so that I could stomp on some ice. Too thick. It's not that serious. It's just a little slip and slide.
Shit. You alive?
Does he look alive? I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Don't make me do these things. I have 5 bullets in the dream.
Oh shit.
This is a hold. This is a hold. I was spamming it. That's a spam. I'm spamming. I'm spamming. Oh, my bones. Okay. I have broken every vital bone in my body. Stop it. Stop it. I forgot what the melee button is. It's square. Just run, Abby, just run, Abby! Run, Abby! I don't know how to reload. I might be stuck. How do I get out of here? This way. Not this way. How do... See, I would think... Surely this way. But not this way. But it's like, I can't...
How do I get out of here?
Dude, that's what I'm wondering. I don't know. Door stuck. Door stuck. Well, looks like that's it anyway. Looks like that's it. That's the whole game. Ah, hole. Hole. Ah, okay.
This is a bad idea, Abby.
This is a great idea. I'm not really sure what, like, I'm not exactly sure what you're expecting me to do there. I might just have to, like, back up. Scoot myself on back. Can I, there's no chance I can, like...
How do I get out of here?
Okay, I can...
This is a bad idea, Abby.
Oh my god, I can fire my fucking gun. Okay, I killed it, apparently. I was not expecting to headshot it, but alright. Got any ammo on you, buddy? Buddy? No? How do I reload? Okay. Okay, there we go. It's just a right trigger, I just can't be aiming. Oh, alright.
Okay. It's gotta be close.
Does Abby have... Okay, she does. I'm gonna ask, does Abby have the survivor sense? It wouldn't make sense if she didn't. Girl, I'm not fitting in there. I'm way too thick. Way too beefy. I like that I'm stuck and like I'm technically still in the tutorial, mind you. So the fact that I'm stuck is really funny. See, you give me house, so I think, okay, I go in house. I had to hit X. Serious?
There.
I was looking for like a bottle or something to throw. Just take a little peek. There might be ammo lying around. America. Fuck. Oh. See, this is gonna be real great until I run into clickers and I can't stealth kill them.
That's how you do it. Fuck, I'm so lost. Shit.
Nope. Did not give you permission to turn around, my friend. Die. You. How polite of you to die. Shit. That one's gonna see me. There's no way this one on the other side of the car doesn't see me. Oh my god. Oh, she's over there. Oh, okay. I thought it was closer. This is gonna be all about timing. And by that, I mean RUN! RUN! Run, Abby, run!
More strikes.
It's great timing. It's amazing timing. Where's the patrol? I don't know. Why don't you follow the fucking tracks? Go. I swear. So sore lately. It's definitely my pillow. It's definitely my pillow. I need to get a new one.
Come on. This way.
Right behind you.
Do you miss being with him?
With Jesse?
No. We've been together for so long.
Look, Jesse's great. I love his parents. They will always be family, but we were just on autopilot.
Hey, how come we never talked about this stuff?
Never asked?
I don't know. It didn't feel... You never really talked to me about Kat.
Yeah, 'cause There isn't much to talk about.
It's really not. We don't.
I got the impression that you didn't really like her.
I don't care about her one way or the other.
Okay.
No, I think she's a talented artist. I've grown to like that tattoo of yours.
Well, that's so big of you.
And I think she wasn't right for you.
Interesting.
Shut up.
Okay.
You can tie Shimmer up here.
In the garage. The garage. The garage.
Hey.
It's funny because there's gay
You want to
people
see
in
something
it.
spectacular?
Sort
You're gonna
of.
point at your face, aren't you?
Nothing is that spectacular.
Oh, brother.
Come on, stupid.
Wait. There might be collectibles nearby. Hold on, Dina. There might be collectibles nearby. Motherfucker, there was a singular collectible that I could have gotten when playing as Abby. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna be too pressed about looking for collectibles. I will grab what I grab. And we'll call it there. Alright, you know, I'll grab what I grab. Cool. Cool.
Hey, it's this way.
I know, I was getting stuff. Getting loot. Dina. Oh my god, it's time for the geese. Yo. One of many.
No, you think of
Those
this
people
view,
for
huh?
real. One of the negative reviews I saw for this game was, Ellie's gay and they shove it down your throat. And I'm like, it's really
Yeah, this really has
not.
its perks.
Because I can guarantee you, if Ellie weren't gay and Dina were a man,
Where do we sign in?
then like people wouldn't be complaining about their relationship.
Come
It is
on.
not shoved down your throat. It's like, okay, yeah, they're in a relationship, so they're gonna be affectionate with each other. Sure. But like, saying that it's shoved down your throat is so ridiculous. It was so, that review was so obviously just made by a homophobe that doesn't like gay people.
Who do you used to do this route with? Jesse?
Eugene.
Right. Ah, Eugene. Man, he was funny.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, thanks.
Plus, he taught me about rewiring electronics. and
Okay,
stuff.
ladies first, I guess.
May we all be that sharp at 73.
May we all make it to 73.
You are not grabbing that rope. Her fingers didn't close all the way. She was okay. Alright. I mean, like, dude, I have an excuse, and that is that I'm technically not even holding this controller. Like, I just have it. Yo, break room, sick! There's no coffee. The fuck? Ooh. Door. Yo, the bong! Dina, I found the bong!
Hey, I'm gonna guess this bong was Eugene's.
Huh. That's mine. He gave it to me.
Hey, do you have any on you, actually?
Oh, I wish. Eugene always had some on him.
Alright, well. Guess Dina knows that I found the bong because it's her fucking bong. Dang, girl. Coming out here and smoking. Eugene is legit. He was just like some old dude stoner. Like, that's it. That's all that he was. He was just like some old man stoner. He had his own secret stash and everything. Read. Too bad I can't read. Yeah, it's mostly Dina and Eugene. I was just looking. Mostly, it's a lot of
There.
Dina and Eugene.
Come here.
What's up, girl?
Town up ahead's our last stop. Take a look.
Binoculars? Ooh, wow. Never heard of such a thing. What am I looking for?
See a strip mall?
Oh, with the supermarket? No, town's past that.
There's the town. With the big tower thing?
Yep, that's where the next lookout is. Let's get back to the horses.
Ah, yes, the horse that was definitely named by the 14-year-old girl. Look, dude, I'm sorry, the horse's name is Shimmer.
Question.
Like,
Were you wearing those same clothes yesterday?
maybe?
They're clean.
No judgment.
It's patrol, you know? We're here to kill infected, not to look fancy.
Oh, okay, dude.
Still look nice.
Thank you.
Also, hold on, sorry. I'm gonna reset my position super duper fast. Okay. There we go. Wah. Wah. Awesome. Hans! I've returned!
Come on.
I want to see something. Sorry, I want to see. There's just one thing I want to see. Let me just Haha. No more fairy. Just give me a second. Trust me, guys, this will be so worth it when I'm done. I can't get it, unfortunately. I was gonna try to make it so that, like, I'm sitting with my legs crossed, because that's how I actually sit in real life. It's just, like, with my legs crossed up on my chair most of the time. Yeah, but, having a little bit of a clipping issue there. Unfortunately, sad. Also, my wing is, like, going through my boob now, so that's cool. I mean, that I can easily fix, just... Okay, hold on. Sorry. Hiccups, sort of. It's really funny because my chair is connected to my spine, so, like, I'm doing all of these different sits and my chair is moving in just the weirdest ways possible. You're like, hold on, let me show you guys, right? Boop. It's attached to my spine, so that's just what it's doing, is it's just doing that. Funnily enough, this actually almost works. See, I was gonna do, like... See, now that I'm actually, like, looking at it on screen, I can definitely see that the legs are just a bit too in the way there, aren't they? Yeah, they're just, like, a bit too in the way. Okay. It's unfortunate. But, you know, what are you gonna do? Look at my, there we go. Nope. Okay. Sorry, I just have to reset the wings. I kind of panicked and just clicked another outfit. I could... Slight issues. Slight issues. I should start putting safety shorts on underneath all of my skirt outfits, if I can. Some of them are a little too short for a pair of shorts. They're a little too short for the shorts. Amazing. Nice. I'm sure I'll figure out a better sit.
I think we should go out like Eugene.
From a stroke?
No, from old age. Like living a long life.
You? No way. Come on. You're way too reckless.
Oh, look who's talking.
Fair.
Well, you'll probably die from hypothermia from wearing canvas sneakers in the snow.
Hey
I'm
now!
wearing boots today.
They're cozy. Yes, break the ice. Yes. Sorry.
Hey, should we check these houses out?
Seems quiet, but we can if you want. I bet they still got supplies.
Yay! How do I dismount? It's triangle. I figured it out. Later. I think I probably could sit in a different position. I would just have to do some adjustments.
What do you know about this place?
Just another evacuated neighborhood. Infected almost never make it out this far.
We usually catch them on the outer perimeter. These trailers are neat. Nice little portable home.
You think people really traveled a lot in these things?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't you?
Ooh, drugs!
I mean, if I'd lived pre-outbreak, yeah. I'd go see the whole country.
Or travel to another country.
Maybe one day we will.
Keep dreaming.
I don't think I can get.
Jesse talked a lot about going to Canada. He said there's these, like, giant waterfalls out there he wanted to see.
Oh yeah, Niagara Falls.
Really?
It's alright.
He's such a hardcore Jackson guy.
Everybody's got their dream.
Funnily enough, I think Jesse's actor
What are you doing
is
tonight?
actually Canadian. I could be wrong.
I was thinking of inviting Joel to watch a movie.
Oh. You guys good?
Yeah.
Yes.
What
We're
movie you guys
working
wanna
on
watch?
it.
What's Joel into?
Curtis and Viper 2. That's the one that's been on my radar for a while.
Like our horses are just walking away.
We used to watch these cheesy 80s action movies. He's really into them.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I actually really like them too. What about you? What are you doing later?
Dear Santa,
Some people were
I
talking about
can't
sneaking
read.
out. Going sledding.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. You wanna meet up after?
Okay. Maybe I'll
Oh!
play guitar for you.
Okay.
Dear Santa, I can't read. Me neither, kid. Me neither.
What's Curtis and Viper 2 about?
Okay, so 2 former commandos that go rogue to fight bad guys.
Sorry, my arm itched.
And I think in this one, they go up against Russian spies or something.
I'm more interested in this than I thought I would be.
Yeah! Fuck yeah! Oh my god, I'm so excited to trade Pokemon. To trade
Isn't it
my Pokemon
one of those superhero
cards.
cards you're all into?
Yeah, my Pokemon
Oh,
cards.
yeah.
You think anybody out there is still making movies?
Has to be.
Dina doesn't understand my
How do you
Pokemon
know?
card obsession.
I mean, what if they're all just like us? Just surviving day to day.
Well, I write new music, so if someone had a camera.
Wait, hold up. There are original Ellie songs? Why haven't you played any for me?
Well, I don't know.
Come on, will you play one for me? Tonight?
I'll think about it.
Alright, get on that horse. Let's go. Do you think that they like had the brand ready, or do you think
The
that
temperature
they
dropped.
had one custom made?
Easy, girl.
Oh, okay, there's a car there. Like, alright.
What the fuck? Oh, that smell. Looks like infected did this.
How many do you think it would take to bring down a moose?
More than one. Where the hell are they?
Let's go find them.
I mean, I know where they is. But, I just don't remember how to get in there. Oh! Ugh. Alright. Sorry, Dina. Oh my god. I can't Dina a race car.
I hear some inside. How the fuck did they get in there?
Climb.
More importantly, how do we get in there?
Did you check the window?
This way.
Sorry, I just almost hit. I just hit square to melee it, and then quickly spammed a triangle.
It's down.
Oh my god, that was close.
That's one. Let's see if we can get around to the back of the supermarket.
Good idea.
This must be so threatening. I'm just slowly menacing towards her, holding a knife while crouched down. Hello? Dina, is that you breaking glass and shit? Stop it. Oh my god, pills! Yes! How does this game know I love drugs? Why else would I take so many? Not like 3, it's not that serious. Okay. Oh. I found some drugs. Shit. I'm so good at
You good?
tutorials.
Yeah.
Nice throw, by the way.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ooh, a drawer.
The way we came in was barricaded. How'd that runner get in here?
Yeah. It's a good question.
Maybe
What's
the
the
runner
most infected
barricaded.
you've ever taken down on patrol?
It's gotta be the one I had with Joel a year or so ago. It was like, I don't know, a dozen? You?
Cleared about 20 once. There was a group passing through.
Fuck. Well, maybe we'll get you a new personal record today.
Oh, we will. Have no doubt about that, Ellie. We will. Plant? Can't take the plant. Well, alright, looks good. Let's go. Oh, wait, I found, okay.
Dina, this way. More runners.
Let's keep it quiet.
Dina, it's still twitching. Are they one's inside? This one's not, though. I don't know if Dina is gonna get that one that's inside. No. Okay. The brick. Voice. Oh, I did not even see that one. Okay, good job, Dina. Granted, I also wasn't paying
All of them?
attention.
Yeah. Looks like it.
Here, at least.
We still gotta get the ones in the supermarket.
Let's keep circling the building. There's gotta be a way in.
Let me look for loot first. I think that's fair. Okay, there was actually like nothing in here. Alright. Oh, that's just okay. That's just Dina, confirmed. Are you gonna?
Ellie, help me up there. Want to look around.
There we go. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
There's a hole in the roof over there. Here.
Wait, okay. I wasn't sure if it was triangle or if it was
Look. See?
X.
All right. Let's figure out how to get in there. Under here.
I don't know if the camera's wonky or if it's just been so long since I played Jesus! I think it's just been a while since I played a game like this on controller.
Ellie? Are you clean?
Well...
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, I'm technically clean. Nobody tell her. She doesn't know yet. She has no clue. She doesn't know yet. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She has no clue. At all. She doesn't know what a menace to society I am. Oh, Dina. Oh, sweet, sweet Dina. Going mildly insane right now, sorry. Okay. Oh, alright.
Just banged up.
Please die of old age and not because you get infected. I really don't want to have to shoot you in the face.
Deal.
Yeah, no worries.
Cool.
No worries. No worries. Ooh, gears! No, this is in fact just a truck. My bad. Hey look, a conveniently open back door. Wait. There might be loot in this, no, this is actually just an empty room. I've been bamboozled. Fuck. Alright. Oh my god, there's pills in here, yes! Singular drugs, wait. Bam! Okay, I think that guy murdered somebody, I don't know. Ooh, scissors! Nice, now I can attach scissors to my gun, and melee weapon, and also possibly horse. There's a fucking meme that's literally just like a Joel
See any way to that roof?
attaching,
Not sure.
scissors to like everything, and one of them is like, he attaches them to his horse's face. It's pretty good.
This way.
And Ellie is just like, Joel, stop! And he's just like, but Ellie, you don't understand.
I'm in.
I don't know why it's so fucking funny to me.
Hey, got some alcohol.
Oh my god, yay for drinking.
Couple of rags. Here, fix yourself up.
Yay, crafting tutorial! I was also incorrect about the controller. I know it does it in the first game, that it's... that it's,
I see spores in there. Masks on.
Got it.
Sorry, my brain is malfunctioning really, really hard. In the first game, I know that the controller changes from, like, green to red and vice versa, depending on your health. In this one, it doesn't seem like it, but it's blue when I'm playing as Ellie, and then, like, a yellowy green when I'm Abby.
I don't want to have to shoot you in the face. Oh, that's so sweet. All these spores mean they've been here for a while. Keep your eyes peeled for older infected. Yep.
Is this part of the supermarket?
I don't know. I think we're above it. Let's get to the ground floor.
I mean, I saw how to get down there, you know, just loot and whatnot. She doesn't understand. She doesn't have, like, the ability to loot other than that singular rag she found, so she just doesn't understand me and my needs, my looting and needs. Got a safe here, so all I have to do is, this is probably just a tutorial save, right? So this note probably has the answer. No? Oh, combo is the date my good boy got employee of the month. Okay. Gotta find the good boy and when he got employee of the month. Which should be every month, surely. Not... They wouldn't, like, wait. Employee of the month photos aren't in here. We might have to backtrack. We might also have to, it might also be forward. I'm not entirely sure where the hell it would be. Alright, Nina. Here, maybe? Obviously it's gonna be hanging up somewhere. Okay, no, it's probably gonna be ahead. Oh, it's literally right here. Alright, good boy. July 2013. So it's 0713. I guess it'd be 0723 then. I forgot you can actually guess the input. Just listen carefully to the sound.
Nope.
Nope, I was wrong, okay. I don't think I was wrong. So there's a slight difference in sound between you going through a number. If you land on the correct number, it makes a slightly different noise. The issue is that it doesn't make that noise in order. So I got confused because the 13 was making the noise of like, yes, this is the number, but it was 072013, not 0713. So it was making the clicking noise because that was a number. That's just not where it went. So you can actually open a safe without finding the note. You just have to put all the numbers in the correct order. Which, to be fair, not that hard. Considering you get 3 numbers, there's not that many combos. I think if anything, it'd be harder to go through every single number. And just listen. Especially because it's such a subtle difference, so I'm not really sure if anybody caught it. It's like a different frequency or something. I don't really know how to explain it. Okay, I remember there being just like a shit ton of flickers in the supermarket, so
Ellie!
Gina. Alright, well.
Shh. Fucking clickers. Here we go.
One, two. I only see two. Fuck!
Watch it!
Okay, no, fuck, I can't get grabbed by a clicker. They're a one shot. Even every single time they're a one shot. Jesus. There we go. Okay, let's get this good away. I should still be able to stealth kill it. I think I just went too fast. I might also be able to just yeet a brick at it and get it like that. Because the brick would stun it and then I would be able to get up and... Come back. Come on, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I think I might have just moved too fast last time I did this. I might have just, because I was pushing the thing all the way. I think that might have been my issue. Where are you? You're over there. Okay, where are you going? Dude, can you believe a fucking person makes these noises? No. Hey, yo, Aqua Lime! Yo, Dina, they got the Aqua Lime! Hold up. Yo, what other flavors they got? What other flavors?
These blind motherfuckers make my skin crawl.
I see cola.
Let's
I
make
see
sure the rest
cola,
of the building's
but
cleared
in
out.
blue.
And then get the fuck out of here.
Okay, so
Speaking my
Dina,
language.
we have Aqua Lime, cola, and cola, but in blue. Dina, I'm buying drinks. Which one do you want? Okay, fine. No, I just won't get you a fucking drink then. No, you didn't answer. You don't get a drink anymore. Don't complain to me when you're thirsty later.
Ellie,
Not alone.
found the door. Help me out?
Oh my god, fuck yeah, the ATM. Now I can buy the drinks for me and my girl. Jesus. Alright, yeah. What was... Oh, that's just a bottle. Right, yeah. I'm full because I've got the brick. I prefer bricks because they can stun. Question mark. I'm pretty sure bricks stun, but, like, bottles don't. Either way, it makes noise. But you know what else.
From the knees.
Flu shots Monday through Friday. Fuck yeah. Too bad it's a Saturday. Oh man.
I'll make you a present.
Well.
I'll take a present.
romance. She's making me a present, meanwhile I got drugs and alcohol. Oh my god, wait, girl, oh my god, Dina. You made me a Molotov? Oh, that is so romantic. She really knows just what a girl wants.
Here. Thanks.
And Dina, is this your dirty sock?
Careful with
I
that.
swear.
I'm a pro.
Okay, I don't know where she put it.
We're not done.
Who the fuck is crying? I see 1, 2, 3, 4. At least 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Runners first.
5. I'd like to try to hit the runners first, because I'm more worried about the runners than the clickers. Either way, I have to move like super quiet. I remember absolutely fucking it up last time. Like the first time I played this game, I absolutely fucked up on stealth. I managed to kill everything in time, but I absolutely fucked the stealth.
Watch it!
My bad! Oh shit, Jesus! Oh, yeah, no, you can't melee a clicker. Can't melee a clicker. Can't melee a clicker. You can stealth kill a clicker, but you can't melee.
There's a clicker on your right.
That is definitely, my left / directly ahead of me, but okay, girl. Much better this time. I waited too long, so I fucked up with that one zombie that noticed me. Cause I waited too long to start moving. Where are you going? Excuse me, Dana. Thank you. God, yo, they got the veggies. They're hungry. They're hungry. They need their vegetables. Their vegetables. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I've got a vegetable for you. I'm coming. I'm on my- hold on. Vegetable delivery. Vegetable delivery. Vegetable delivery! Oh, eat your fucking carrots! Alright. Now that they have successfully eaten their carrots, we must go and feed the other one. clip the eat your fucking carrots. Do it. You guys have a clip button. Just I'm on my way. Breaded sweets. Oh, I got a nice tasty pastry for you right here. Yeah, it's one of those delicious cream cheese danishes. It's a tasty knife. Oh, got him. Yay, dude. What am I doing? Okay. As far as I'm concerned, that's everything. Go for it, have fun. I'm just gonna be, I'm gonna go see who else needs carrots and some cream cheese danishes. That guy was just chilling there. I don't know, dude. That guy was just fucking... That might have been the delivery boy. That might be why. Oh.
And he's still moving?
Not that I know. Thanks for the help, by the way, Dina. I'm glad.
You know
I'm
what?
glad you think that was a goated time to join.
Yeah.
You were impressed with this?
Come on, guys.
Okay, I love Dina. But what do you mean you're impressed with us? Dina didn't do anything. Unless she was the one that provided me with the food.
They're not gonna believe our numbers.
You know, that's the thing with zombies. You know, they're just hungry. You just gotta feed
Let's
them.
go to the next lookout and take a fucking break. We earned it.
Oh yeah, a fucking break. Wink, 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 wink. It's funny because they have sex.
Do you see a way out?
No. No, I do not. I think, like, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to do something with this up here, but I don't remember. No, I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to... Oh, it's because it's... Yeah, my bad. Alright. You BRB, I'll still be here. Security camera... Yo, wait. Yo. They got the fresh banana. Fuck yeah. Dina, they got fresh bananas! Dina, they got fresh banana! Not her jumping out of the way as I come sprinting towards her.
I won't budge.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. You're just gonna hurl me up through that hole in the roof.
Okay.
Okay.
Where am I going to hurl you up? Don't tell me you were joking. I am ready to throw you. You better not have been joking. Oh my god, guys, I think she was joking. The fuck? Dina! I got so ready to throw you through the roof hole.
Cable here. Here we go.
How convenient that it's just nice and like
That should hold us.
rolled up for us. Okay. See if I can.
Get over it. Fuck
Yay! I remember taking so long to do that the first time I played this, and like, nah, I don't know why.
Okay, that's
It
good.
took me like 5 tries to
Here I
fucking
go.
throw it. I don't remember why. It was so stupid.
Careful when you get up here. It's pretty windy.
It's fucking windy, bro. I need to stop, dude. The old memes. I like people come in here and they like think that I'm 16, and then it's like with the amount of old ass memes I
Over here.
reference, I would think I'm at least like 30. No, I am nowhere.
The storm's really picked up.
I think 16 is closer.
How far are we from the lookout? It's just past the next town.
Actually, they're the exact same amount away.
Following you.
Where we going, girl? Following you, and then I immediately took the lead. Alright, cool.
Hey, Hey, how far away are we?
Few minutes out.
Okay.
I have to run around and sniff out all of the minor details so that I can geek
It's
out.
getting
over
worse.
them.
Turn back. We won't make it. We're almost there. I know, girl. I know. Keep going.
Come on. Horse named by 14.
Dina, how much further?
Dina.
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 I'm squinting to the best
Dina,
of my
where are
ability,
you?
but I see no Dina tracks.
Dina!
I think I went the wrong way. Also, oh my god, yo, we can have a nice little picnic when we're done. Also, I'm holding down sprint. This is just as fast as they'll go in the storm.
Dina! Ellie! Dina!
Dina!
Ellie! I can see you!
Ah, there
Ellie,
you are.
Thank God. Come on, this way. Where are we going? Just trust me.
Bro, what is my horse's tail is going, bro?
Get inside.
She definitely bonked her head on that, but alright. Ellie, you're immune to the infection. I don't think you're immune to concussions.
I'll get the door.
You been here?
Rode by it. Never came inside.
All right.
No food
Let's
or
make
drink
sure it's clear.
allowed. Oh, that's sorry, Dean. I guess that means I'm not allowed to eat. You're put. Anyways. Look, it doesn't show anything. But they do have sex. Or at least it's heavily implied that they did. I've just kind of always been under the assumption that they did. Because it wasn't exactly like they ever tried to hide it. Oh my god, what does that say? Comedy! Wow, I wish I could read. Fucking hell, dude. This is a surprisingly, like,
Doesn't
intact
feel like anyone's
building.
been here in a while.
Shit.
Fucking hell.
I gotta see what's back there.
Yes, I'm determined now. I have to. Yeah, I can do this. Hold on, wait. Yeet! Sorry, Brick.
Alright, that works.
Yes.
What's
Materials.
going on here?
All this electronic stuff? This has to be Eugene's.
I'm
Are
gonna
you
steal
sure?
from him. He died,
Yeah, nobody
so-
else would tinker with this shit.
Amazing.
Why would he hide it from me?
I don't know, maybe he wanted to go and smoke weed in peace. There's no food or drink allowed. It doesn't say anything about weed.
Huh.
Oh yeah, Eugene was a firefly, wasn't he?
Definitely Eugene's place.
Yep.
He was a firefly?
He served with Tommy.
I had no idea.
Yeah. They got into some real dark shit.
Like what?
He said he blew up a checkpoint at Denver QZ. Killed 3 soldiers. And 2 civilians.
Jesus.
Well, Joel killed an entire
He
army
also
of
told me that
fireflies, so you know.
He and Tommy slow tortured some big Fedra general. I don't know. I don't buy Tommy doing that though.
I don't. I do.
He could
I
do
mean,
worse.
definitely do. My god. Oh.
And Joel did a lot to survive after the outbreak.
I think Ellie learned finally that I can't read, so she's just not even gonna pick up the cards and like show them to me anymore. She immediately picked that up and put it away. It could also just be that. Wait. Is that another PlayStation 3? Yo! I guess to be fair, canonically, in the games, in the games, I know that it's different in the show, but canonically in the games, the outbreak took place in 2013, so it makes sense that they would have a PS3 and not anything higher than that. I think it would be really, really funny though because I believe The Last of Us Part 1 was originally a PS3 game. I think it'd be really funny if they had like The Last of Us Part 1. I see Uncharted 2. What is that other one? Can you guys read that? I don't know, I don't recognize the cover either. I'm squinting real hard. I can't see that. And they got soda. Generic soda. Nice. Oh my god, yo, fuck yeah, Kleenex. Why is it so clean? Why is it so clean? I think I have one of the Uncharted games. I could be wrong. That is such a Dina, you seen this shit? Girl, look at how clean these tissues are. You could fucking, dude, 25 years after the apocalypse and you can still use a Kleenex to blow your nose. Amazing. Yeah, I've definitely, I don't know anything about
God.
Uncharted. That's
Tommy and Eugene.
I know it exists. That's about it,
Look
though.
like babies here.
Squishy babies. Eugene definitely looks like a stoner. Eugene
Lights.
Definitely
Heaters.
looks like a stoner.
There's gotta be a generator around here somewhere.
Honestly, Tommy kind of looked like a stoner in that picture, too. I have no doubt that it's a good game, especially, like, with how many there are, but it's just that, you know, money and whatnot. Eugene!
He left his family to join the Fireflies. Harsh.
Stoner.
Eugene.
No. Oh no, I don't have PS Plus. I just so happen to, like, actually own this game
found the
because I got
generator.
it for my birthday or some shit. Fuck me.
That's better.
Oh wow.
It's like,
Impressive
it's
work,
usually
Benji
just safe
Jane.
to assume that when it comes to memberships
you
and
could mod your
things,
gun
I
with this
don't
game.
have it. Like, honestly. I don't have Xbox Plus, I don't have PS Plus, I don't have, like, fucking... Dude, did you know that there's like a Sims Plus? Did you know that there's like a Sims Plus edition that you can get for The Sims 4? I hate subscriptions too. I'm much more of like a buy once and then done kind of lad. I don't mind, like, a lot of games will do weekly. I'm pretty damn sure that there's a Sims Plus. It might be like Sims Gold Edition or something, I think is what it is. Sims 4 Gold Edition. EA is awful, yeah. But then it's like the thing of the... Oh, it's the Sims 4 Deluxe. What's the difference, you might ask? Literally the difference, I'm not even fucking joking. The Sims 4 Deluxe Edition includes everything in the base game, plus additional content, The Sims 4 Life of the Party, The Sims 4 Up All Night, The Sims 4 Awesome Animal Hats, and The Sims 4, and then just additional content. I miss The Sims 3. I miss The Sims 3 so much. More Sims 3 packs, please. Anyway, that's why I stopped. I hope you guys realize that's why, like, I very rarely play The Sims 4 is because I actually fucking hate The Sims 4. Their packs are way too expensive, for one. But, like, second of all, my god, is it just not a good game? No, because I've never, like,
Yeah,
I've never looked
this'll
at
work.
Adobe, really. I'm, like, aware that Adobe exists, but that's about as far as I've ever gotten into Adobe. Okay, I know that there's a secret
Oh,
weed
hello.
stash. You find a bong?
Ellie, look at the floor. There's more stuff down there.
You see a way down?
Not here.
I don't remember how to get down there. Oh my god, wait, a giraffe. No. Oh, she's drawing the giraffe. Okay. You could definitely just pick it up and take it with you. Now, I'm sure that Adobe is also fucking expensive as hell. Shit is just so expensive. All the time. That's why I'm pleasantly surprised that, like, Dying Light 2, that the Dying Light the Beast game, I'm pleasantly surprised that it's only $60. And you know, you might be going, oh well, that's still a really expensive game. It is, considering most games nowadays are like 80 plus.
What's
I'm
down here?
quite happy
Well, it's
that
obviously a sex den.
Dying
That's why I
Light
didn't tell you about it.
the Beast is
I
only
hope it's a
$60.
sex den. For his sake. He was so lonely, man.
Well, it's not a sex den, but we can definitely make it one.
Oh my god. It's weed.
So much
That's a
weed.
lot of dead weed.
Oh my god, so much weed. Can you smoke dead weed? I wouldn't think so. Probably not, right? Googling this. I'm Googling this right now. Can you smoke dead weed? It's legal. So fucking ridiculous. Subscriptions are so stupid. Can you smoke dead weed? Yes. Technically. It says yes, but it won't be as potent. The best thing you can do, can you smoke dead weed? No, I legit fucking googled that. Look, it's legal in my state. So, like, they can't come at me. Legally, you're not allowed to come at me, government. It's legal, and I'm 23, which means I can legally smoke it. I just don't. What a quote. Yeah, can you smoke dead weed? So, no, well, okay, you technically can smoke it, but it says it's not gonna be as potent. You also shouldn't smoke it if it's moldy, which I feel like that's obvious. But you can still make it into edibles. Or you can rehydrate it, apparently. I find that interesting that you can still make it into edibles, genuinely. But, alright.
Maria would lose her shit if she saw this place.
How'd he get this together?
Must have taken him forever.
I wish he'd told me about this.
What about his weed
Could have helped
greenhouse?
him out.
I want to know, like, how often. Oh my god, yo. Wait! Is that a gas mask?
Dina. It's a gas mask bong.
Oh my god, it's
God,
a
he
gas
was so
mask bong. That's fucking amazing. Dude, we went from that because I'm playing a game and we walked into to a fucking room of weed. That is fucking amazing. Dude, that is just fucking gas mask bong. That is amazing. Can I want to take this with me. Can I take it with me? I want to take this with me. Imagine you wear that to a convention. It's like, oh, who are you cosplaying? I'm Eugene from The Last of Us Part 2. It's like, you don't even fucking see him, you just see photos. Alright, let's pick up the thing of blunts here. I mean, it's storming.
There we go.
Might as well.
You think it's still good?
Does weed go bad?
Let's find out.
Yeah, I'm Weed Man from The Last of Us Part 2.
You having a hard time?
No, I got it.
Me too. Honestly, I legit, like...
Give me that.
This is me.
Oh, yeah, like you're gonna get it.
Mostly because, like, my bottle of moonshine.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but I got the lid stuck on it.
Oh, fuck it.
I can't get the lid
What
off
the
of
fuck
it.
is wrong with you?
It's because it's an
I
amazing
got it open,
jar.
didn't I?
Smells good.
Smells like weed, I imagine.
I mean, gonna be stuck here a while, right?
Totally trapped.
It's the apocalypse. Just let the gays smoke their weed, okay? The gay and the half a gay.
Can I ask you a question?
Tina's
can you?
bisexual.
Scale of 1 to 10.
I wish we got to see hair down Dina more. Just random off
One
topic. I
being,
wish we got to see
like, absolute trash.
hair down Dina more because her hair
And
is
10
so
being
pretty.
Life altering. How would you rate our kiss from last night?
I would rate it kiss.
Why are we still talking about this?
Cause she likes you.
You said it was a mistake.
Did I say that?
Yes. However.
What are you doing?
I asked you to rate our kiss.
I don't know.
Ellie is such a dumb
Give it a
lesbian.
6.
A 6? Wow.
Like a solid 6.
Okay.
There are a lot of people around.
Yeah, but 6.
Oh. What? I mean, now I really want to know how you'd rate it.
Sorry. I just like to say also,
thank
I
you.
actually love their relationship. Like, they are so fucking goofy together. It's really cute.
You're infuriating.
Have you met you?
You make me want to go back outside into that blizzard.
Then go, coward.
Don't want to
Imagine if that's what she said. If she was like, okay, bye. Instead, they're just gonna make out. Like, I mean.
This better be better than a 6.
So, how about that weather? How about that weather? What am I supposed to say? All parties involved are above age. They're both 19. It's fine. What do you want me to say here? How do I commentate some goated weather right now? The weather being the fucking the wingman for Dina and Ellie here. All right.
Great. Infected.
I'm not sure how much you care about stealth right now, Abby, but
Oh my god.
oh wait, no, actually, I think I remember this part. I think that this is just straight up me running for my fucking life. Abby's about to meet Joel and Tommy. I just have to run for my fucking life. Run, girl, run! I am pushing the forward button so hard. Dear gods. Oh my god, there are so many. Jesus, it's fine, just keep going. Just keep going. Move, run Abby, run! Oh Jesus! Oh shit, fuck me! Oh no! Fuck, shit. Oh Jesus. Show Abby. Run girl, run! Fucking go, squeeze. Shit. Come back. Nice, run, go. Go!
You're here.
Go! Oh, I gotta hit extra space! Oh shit! Watch the barbed wire! Oh, watch the barbed wire! Go, girl! Run, Laura Bailey, run! Bye, Cece. Cece's like, nah, bro, you being way too loud right now. What are you doing, playing a zombie video game? No, why would you think that? They're here!
We're gonna have to run!
Yes, sir!
Come on in! I'll cover
Man, I'm gonna murder you later.
Through here!
I will say, I love that you get that, like Abby gets, like, and you'll see it when it actually happens, she gets, like, kind of such a conflicted look on her face when she realizes that this is Joel, because she's like, you know, she came here to kill him. I'm gonna give spoilers for this game. It came out for fucking ever ago, and also Season 2 of The Last of Us is out, and they followed the same basic story, I think, but I don't know, because honestly it looks like it was garbage. Anyways, like, because she came here to kill Joel, and then Joel, like, saves her life, she gets such... She genuinely gets such a conflicted look on her face when she realizes that this is Joel. Alright, good. For anybody that's not played it, I'm going to be giving spoilers. I mean, I already spoiled that fucking Jesse died. My man, I love Jesse, though. I'm actually so upset about his death.
You okay?
Yeah.
Where the hell they all come from?
I'm going to turn down the zombies specifically. Can I do that? No. You know what I could do, though, fellas? We're playing a horror game. I said the other day that I wanted to do a thing of every time I get scared or I die, I take a drink. Should we do that? I can go get my moonshine right now. I don't know how long I plan on going tonight. I was gonna make this like a nice long stream because it's 3 years. We could do that. We could. I just have to get my dad to open it because like the jar is like
No matter.
legitimately the jar
What
is
does is
stuck.
where we going.
I can't get it open.
I reckon we go out the back. We can make a break for the lodge.
I ain't got a better
I might
idea.
be mega drunk. I will stop
Hey, you
after
got
a
a gun?
certain amount of time.
I hope you're a good shot.
Like I'm
We gotta
not
warn
gonna
everyone.
sit here
Come
and,
back with a
and
cleanup
for like
We gotta move!
and for like 3 to 4 hours I'm not gonna sit here and just drink. I'll stop after a certain point of time. I just think it
Through
could
this
be
door!
funny to
Come
do
on!
it. I've also never actually been drunk before, so I don't even know what my tolerance is. Like, Ellie's got her switchblade, and then Abby's just out here, like, check this shit out, and punches them. God, sorry, it is loud. My ear holes. I'm not gonna turn it down in here. Let me turn it down on OBS, because actually what you guys hear is what I get, is what I hear. Like, legitimately. Just because that's how that's how the capture card works. Okay, let's see this. Yeah, and we could start it in an hour. You know, when my alarm for my birth control goes off, I'll run downstairs and I'll grab my moonshine and we'll do it. So in like an hour and a half.
God damn it! That door ain't gonna hold him for long. We need to hurry.
Don't worry, I got the pipe, fellas. I know what we have to do. I don't know when
Up there,
we do
the
it.
window! That's our way out! You see a way up there?
Yeah,
here,
right
use
here.
This.
They took way less time to
Hey,
do it
girl!
this time
Give us a hand with this thing!
than they did last time. Like, I don't know. Last time when I played this, it legit took them like 3 fucking minutes.
Push it up onto the cart!
To go, quick, use this! Like, I was literally running around.
Get inside! I'll get the gauntlet to the window! You two keep those infected off of it!
I was literally running around for like 3 minutes.
Damn, this thing is
waiting for them to even point out that there was a gondola there. Hold on a second, I saw a crowbar somewhere. You guys can't die, you're NPCs, right? What do you mean clicker? No! Oh, that's stop.
Get this thing off of me! Help me!
My bad, wait, sorry. Okay, oh, I have... Alright, figured it out.
There. You need me to take over? I got it! Just keep those infected away! Just need another minute!
I'm such a good shot! Fuck, stop with the fucking camera angles, I swear to God.
How we doing, Tommy? Almost there!
Go!
I got it! Come on! Go!
Hold on, wait, in the middle of something? Alright, on my way, here I come.
Let's go! Hurry!
I got the fucking zoomies, and I got low health. Not that you guys can see it, behind my chair.
I got
Oh, that's Joel. I was about to be like, shoot him, Tommy, quick!
Where are we going?
Joel.
It's this way! Come on!
Everywhere!
I need you to not be in my way. Please, I'm trying to yell.
Head for those doors! Through here, let's go!
Yeah, this thick piece of wood'll stop ya.
Hey, I'm Tommy. That's Joel. What's your name?
Abby.
Abby,
There.
are you okay?
Yeah, and then she, like, once... It's like a look of like, confliction, but also surprise. Like, she didn't expect to run into Joel so soon.
Cannot stay here! The horses ain't making it all that
My
way!
friends. My friends are at a mansion just north of here. It's fenced in. We have the whole perimeter secure.
It's a Baldwin place. I could work.
All right. I'll get the door.
All right. You ride with me. Come on.
Come on!
It's like this whole thing of like, she wasn't expecting to run into him, and now she's contemplating whether or not she's actually gonna grab him shit. I mean, we know she is, like, obviously. Those of us that have played this game, or that have seen literally any TikTok ever, because the amount of fucking people that use this as a fucking TikTok audio, I swear to God.
When I was 12,
It kills me.
I found a skateboard. Uh-oh. And I tried to get on it. And it shot right out from underneath me.
Wait, how did you get the scar?
I fell on my knife.
Classic.
Okay. The chemical burn. I did it myself.
Why?
To cover a bite mark. Right here. I got jumped by an infected when I was 14. And turns out I'm immune, so it healed with a ring of fucked up teeth marks and cysts and...
Ow! Fuck you.
What? Hey!
I told you a real fucking story.
I did tell you a real fucking story.
Oh, you want a bite, Mark?
What?
Do you hear that? Jesse? Just stay there, okay?
Are you okay?
Just will you wait?
going on?
Yeah, we're fine. No, we're good.
What? Just turn around. What are you doing?
Are you kidding me?
What? It was
You're
storming.
supposed to be on patrol.
We found
There's a
weed.
blizzard outside.
Is that weed?
Yes.
Why are you here?
People are counting on you. You get that? What we do matters.
Well, then why aren't you at the fucking lookout?
Because Tommy and Joel didn't show up.
What do you mean?
We waited for them for an hour. I was looking for their horses when I saw lights.
Maybe they just went back to town.
Without being replaced? No way. How much of their region have you covered?
Not much.
Then we split up. Go at it from different sides, and we can cover the whole thing in a few hours.
I don't like you riding solo. We don't know what's out there.
Exactly. What if they need help?
Okay,
Sure,
I'll head
there's a
west.
whole
Dina
fucking
can take
horde
south, and
out
you come
there.
from the east, but be smart about it, yeah?
It's so annoying. It's like really quiet during the cinematics, and then it's really loud during the action scenes. But it's got that whole issue of like I've talked about before. Like you gotta have specific volume sliders, right? Like there's gotta be a specific amount of volume sliders, and you're just not hitting that quota. I think I can stand to turn down cinematics a little bit also. It's this whole issue of like it sounds fine in a cinematic when it's just them talking, but then when it gets into the cinematic, you know, we're on horses, so it's really loud. Nice job, Mel. You sure threw that Molotov after Owen already threw one.
Let's get inside!
I keep seeing the silencer on Abby's gun and thinking that she's out of bullets. I'm like, that looks really weird for a gun that's out of bullets. It's because she's not. It's a fucking silencer.
Scared us.
I guess that's what it looks like.
How you guys doing?
We're good. Thanks.
Yeah. Can I talk to you for a minute?
You want to get those saddles off?
No, it's all right. We'll just ride out the storm and we'll get out of here.
Y'all got any brushes or towel or anything?
Yeah, for our
Nothing.
horses.
You have no idea.
How'd y'all get electricity in here?
Where the fuck have you been?
There are solar panels on the roof.
Who are these people?
How long y'all been here?
What if instead of
Yep. What are y'all doing out this way?
what if instead of killing Joel, we kill Owen?
You two live nearby?
I like
We
that.
do.
I like that
A few
idea.
hours down the hill. Y'all should come back with us, restock before we head out.
Appreciate it. I'm Mel, by the way.
Tommy, this is my brother.
Joe.
Why is he so stanced up?
Y'all act like you heard of us or something.
Why is he so stanced up?
Because they have.
God!
All clear?
He's out.
Put him against the wall.
Tommy!
Get off me! Get off me!
I fucked his leg up good too. I didn't realize last time how bad his leg actually was. Even if he'd lived through this, he wouldn't be able to like go out on patrols or anything. He would definitely need a prosthetic. that entire thing would have to come off.
Who are you?
Guess.
Why don't you say whatever speech you got rehearsed? Get this over with.
Tourniquet his leg. Do it.
Who is breathing? Can you stop? I asked that, but it's definitely Joel.
Don't you fucking move.
God damn it!
Clear out.
See, like, everybody else is so obviously into this plan of Abby's. And then I feel so fucking bad for Mel. Like, genuinely, this entire game, poor Mel.
Stupid old man. You don't get to rush this.
Dude, at least the death that Joel gave your father was quick and painless. Like, he just got shot in the face. You are straight up torturing Joel.
Shit. How do I get down there?
Climb. Like, I understand, yeah, Joel killed your dad, but, like, girl, you legit tortured him in front of his fucking daughter.
Come on. Please be okay.
And that's just... seriously, Abby.
Joel!
I understand. I understand. Yeah,
Tommy!
Joel killed her dad. Sure. Okay. Fair enough. Whatever. But again, all Joel did was shoot him in the face, and then you found him afterwards. No,
okay.
Ellie had to witness this shit.
There it is.
It's ridiculous. It's so stupid. Like, don't get me
Joel?
wrong. I can definitely understand the Abby hate, but like, I think a lot of people took it way too far. There are a lot of people that are like, Abby ruined the game. I don't think she ruined the game at all.
Where is that coming from?
I also don't think you should have sent her actress death threats just because you didn't like her, but you know, what do I know? Seriously, fucking, y'all are stupid. I'm sorry. People on the internet are so stupid. Why do you think I don't use social media? It's how my last brain cell has remained intact.
Shit.
That little thing
Fuck.
is giving off that much light? Okay. Sure. Sorry, don't worry, Joel. I'm on my way. I'm almost there. Don't worry, Joel. I'm almost. My God, how many fucking ovens do you need? I am a man who owns 5 ovens. Okay, sorry, I had to get one Markiplier reference in. I'm sorry, Joel. Don't worry. I'm almost there. Don't worry. There aren't any collectibles here. Okay, for real this time, Joel. I'm coming to save you. Can't save that leg though.
Pin her down! Get off me! Get her hands! Get the fuck off me!
You got her! Look, you got her! Okay?
How dare you stab me after I jumped you?
You're gonna fucking die!
What's going on?
Let him go.
Who is that?
Let him
She
go!
snuck in.
Why aren't you posted up outside?
We didn't think anyone was gonna show up.
The hell did you expect?
We gotta get out of here before the whole town's on top of us.
You're done.
You want what I want, right?
End it. Now.
Okay, now beat Owen to death. Dude, seriously. I really
Joel,
wish that, like, Owen died
get up.
sooner. I fucking hate Owen
Joel,
so
fucking
much.
get up! Please stop! Please don't shoot!
Bro, no, we have to watch a movie
Please
tonight!
get up. No!
We have to watch a movie tonight! How could you?
Fucking kill you!
And then it's this other thing, like, they're acting like none of them have ever fucking killed somebody before. It's like, yeah, on one hand I understand, you know, Joel's a shitty person. Nobody said Joel was a good man, but he's at least, like, tried to make up for it. In the past 5 years. And I'm not, okay. I'm not necessarily upset that Abby wanted to go on, like, a revenge trip to kill the man that took out her father. I'm more upset that so many fucking people went along with it. Right? Like, that's my issue, I think. Is because it's kind of like, I get it, yeah, sure. Joel killed her dad and then, like, an entire army of Fireflies. Whatever, okay, who cares? But then y'all are acting like you've never fucking killed anybody before. It's the apocalypse. I guarantee that you have also killed a shit ton of fucking people. So why the hell are you acting like what Joel did was, like, the worst fucking thing in existence? You're all murderers. All of you. And then, again, at least Joel never tortured Abby's dad.
I'm sorry.
Just shot him in the face.
Jesse!
Which, mind
Get
you,
down here.
a gunshot to the head is the least painful way to die. Don't ask how I know that. Just know that I do. It's so fucking ridiculous. But alas. Shot in the head versus beaten to death. I don't know about you, but I'd definitely rather be shot in the head, especially because you guys went through the extra effort of fucking shooting off part of his leg.
Hey.
Hey.
Could I sit down, please?
No.
Yeah.
Also, fuck Tommy. I'm not gonna lie, I actually kind of hate Tommy, too. Mostly because of some shit that he pulls towards the end of the game.
Maria wants to make sure you're eating.
She
My
can't
dad's
stop
dead,
us.
bro.
To have the guys that we would need to do this smart, we'd be leaving Jackson vulnerable.
So they just get to get away with this?
Nobody wants that.
Yeah, but that's what's happening.
What if we get hit by hunters again?
Is this you talking or is this her?
It's a valid point.
If it were you or me, Joel would be halfway to Seattle already.
No,
Yeah, but Joel would have gone by himself.
Fucking would be.
Well, we don't even know for certain that they're from Seattle.
Washington Liberation Front. That's what you said was on those patches.
What if they stole those jackets?
That's...
What if the WLF moved?
What are you doing?
Joel absolutely fucking
You
would
know
be
what?
halfway to Seattle by now. They'd have told him no, and he'd have gone
I'm
fuck
leaving
you and
tomorrow.
left anyways.
And if you want to come with me, great.
You have no idea what you're walking into. You don't know how large that group is, how armed.
I don't care. You can't talk me out of this.
Give me a day to talk to Maria,
No.
okay?
I refuse.
There's gotta be some folks you can spare.
With his
And
fucking
if she won't budge.
jean jacket and jeans combo. I bet he's got a
Figure
jean
something
shirt
out.
on too underneath that. Flannel collar, jean shirt.
One day. Please.
Fine.
Ellie, you're allowed to cry. Also, I'm letting the cinematics play out because, like I said, I've only played through this once, so I just don't really remember everything that happens. I've also never played this on stream before, and I'll usually let them play through at least my first time on stream. I find the Joel Miller thing, I find that really kind of funny. Cause, I believe in the first game neither of them actually had last names. I could be wrong. I know Ellie didn't. But the last names, like, they were given last names by the fandom, and it was Joel Miller and Ellie Williams. I could be wrong about that. Like, they could have had the last names in the first game, and I just don't remember.
I want to stop at his house before we leave.
But I don't know. I don't think that they did.
We just have to pick something up.
If they didn't, then I think that it's neat that, like, Naughty Dog made the name that the fandom gave him canon. Sorry, Dina, I gotta look for collectibles. It's a long way to walk, but I'll go anyways. This is as fast as I can go, so. Okay, Dina's just following me, I guess. I can't sprint, also. Like, it's not letting me. Can't sprint through the...
I couldn't get to the horses. Looks like Tommy took one. Now Maria's got the stables locked down.
Can't sprint through the graveyard, I guess.
Fucking Tommy. We'll figure something else out on the way. Car or a horse or something.
Okay.
This makes getting to Seattle a lot harder.
Sorry, I
And
was
it's
just
gonna be
checking it, like, looked like the game was lagging for you guys a little bit.
You can still change your mind, you know?
I know.
Just just don't want you to feel like you have to.
Ellie. You go. I go. End of story.
Romance. Your hands are fucking freezing, Dina. My god.
You need to get your backpack.
I hid it by the east gates. I figured we'd want to slip out that way.
My god, she really is just thick. Jesus, Dina. Just Jesus. Gee, I wonder which house is Joel's. Rabbit! Oh my god, girl out here with the fucking, with the Converse on.
Hey. What do you need? I can go get it.
I want to do it.
Okay.
Thank you for being so supportive though, Dina. I love you. Your support means a lot to me.
I'll hang out down here.
Thanks. Deinonychus. That was a good day.
We'll find out more about that day later. Nice. That's gotta be an old ass drawing. I think it's cute that he framed it though. Yo, ain't no way he got an old man chair. Yo, Joel got the dad chair. He's got the dad chair. Let's fucking go. He's got the dad TV chair. Oh my god, I love that for him. Yo, wine? You got some, you got, what else you got? You got whiskey, bourbon. That looks like vodka. Yeah, I recognize vodka anywhere. Beans! Oh, fuck yeah. Keeps the beans with the alcohol? That's the best fucking organization system I've ever seen. Oh my god, the little produce scale. Amazing. Is that Dawn? That better be Dawn. Good old Dawn dish soap. Yo, he's got a fucking meat grinder? I'm gonna be honest, I'm looking around this kitchen and I'm like, I can't imagine Joel using half of this shit. He's got a fucking meat grinder. I can't really imagine Joel being like the chef type. Sorry, Dina. I think it'd be neat if he was. Like, if he is, that's actually kind of cool. Secret door? That definitely looks like a door. Let me back. Let me in. Okay, well, fuck you. Yo, soap? I like that you have your soap jar labeled in case it's not obvious that that's soap. Okay, she did say she'd hang out down there, so makes sense that she is. We love Dina. You know, my homies love Dina. Okay, cool. You think he just goes around people's houses, like, collecting the guitars? Every time he goes out on patrol, he brings back a new guitar. Turns out he was making them. Alrighty then, anyways. Yeah. And also, looking at horses. Damn, his old man passion was wood carving. Amazing. It feels so weird in a way, right? Because it's like this whole weird thing of, oh shit, you know, they like really settled down and were like living here. You know, Joel had all of his wood carving stuff, and he was wood carving all of that. We'll get to that in a second. And was, you know, doing all that wood carving, and it's not like in a bad way, just like ooey 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 sound of crying. Zoom. I'm gonna go under the assumption that like it'll let me do both of these, because obviously. I like that his watch literally got broken the day that he got it. Like, canonically, his watch got broken the day he got it. It's when he rolled down the hill with Sarah after getting shot at. You can, in the remastered on the PC, you can see his watch is cracked after that.
Everything okay?
Which, that's when a lot of people suspected that the watch got broken. But it was confirmed when they remastered it. Playing The Last of Us Part 2 on my The Last of Us Part 2 PS4 controller. I'm not even joking. I have a fucking The Last of Us Part 2 PS4 controller. It's got like Ellie's, like the leaves on Ellie's tattoo on one side of the holding part. I don't know what else to call it. Look, it was free when I bought my PlayStation, so you know.
Maria, I'm headed to Seattle. I wish I could let it go, but I can't. I have to bring these people to justice. Ellie's gonna try to come after me, but stop her. Take her guns, lock up the horses, maybe lock her up. Buy me some time so I can end this. Love you always, Tommy. He's gonna get himself killed.
He should have taken me with him. You should have given us a group to go after those fuckers.
I wish I could.
You gonna try to lock me up?
I'd prefer that you stay.
That's not gonna fucking happen.
I prefer that you stay, but I know you better. You going with her?
Yeah.
So you're just gonna sneak out of here?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's my life, Mom. God. Yeah.
I told the stable to let you out with your horse. Grab some ammo, too.
And don't forget your top.
Thank you, Maria.
Ellie is not the top, okay?
Just,
no way in hell.
Do me a favor and bring my dumbass husband home in one piece, please.
Mm-hmm. Can do.
All right. Get going. You're losing light.
Oh my god, is the light... Would you say that the light is dying? Would you say that it's a dying light? Dying light to stay human, perhaps? Oh, man, no wonder I don't have any friends. Jesus. I'd also like to say I like that I sit now because you guys can see my tattoos a little bit. I like that you guys can see my my leg tattoos a little bit more. You can't see all of them, obviously. But it's still cool.
This hunter was on top of him, drowning him.
Just don't get to see them.
Joel couldn't get to his gun.
Jeez. Were you scared?
Well, I didn't even think. I just ran in there, grabbed his gun, and shot the guy in the face.
How old were you?
14. How old were you when you first killed someone?
We talking infected?
No. Fully conscious, non-fungal person.
10?
Wow. What happened?
Guy was coming at my mom. I stabbed him.
Shit. You got me beat.
Yeah, I'm a real badass.
Well, to be fair, Ellie, you were in
So
like,
how
a
lost are
school.
we?
I think Dina was just wandering around with her mom and her sister for a while.
Hey, have a little faith.
Ellie
What
wasn't
about those crazy
out.
cannibals you said you and Joel ran into? They came after you guys once. Maybe these WLFs are connected to them.
No.
No. It didn't seem like the same group.
Maybe those black market smugglers back in Boston?
Dina, Joel crossed a lot of people. I don't see the point in guessing.
Okay.
At least until we find out more information.
I got my haunts. She's gonna die later. I got my haunts. She's gonna get shot, but it's fine. We're gonna take the haunts to the synagogue. Get her baptized. Not baptized. What? What is it? It's time for the horse's bar mitzvah. I don't... Is it...
Ellie, cars.
I don't remember which
Yeah, we're
one
getting
is
close. Start keeping an eye out.
female and, or which one is for women and which one is for men. Because there's a bar mitzvah and then there's a bat mitzvah. I think bat mitzvah is for girls. So we're gonna get the horse her bat mitzvah. Her bat mitzvah. Bat mitzvah. I'm probably not saying that right. I apologize. Point being, we're taking the horse to the synagogue.
Here we go.
Guess I was wrong.
And Dina is
Turns
also
out
Jewish.
You do know where you're going.
so we're converting, they get it from the, it's inherited from the mother's side. So therefore, the horse gets their Judaism from their mother, aka Thina. Okay, that's definitely not the way to go. Nice collapsed highway as a video game barrier. I got off the horse goes. I was trying to get into that trailer, but I guess not, so that's unfortunate. Oh my god, birds! Wow! I love nature. Seattle. Dina, I can't read. What's that sign say? It says Seattle. Seattle. Yeah, Seattle. Okay.
Stay with Shimmer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey yo, new Pokemon card. I will be referring to those as Pokemon cards, by the way. Nice. Map. Yo, Dina, they got a box fan. What is that? Is that Alaska? Oh my god, no, that one's... Oh, that's one of those super old ones. They don't really make them looking like that anymore, dude. I actually literally just had one of those a few months ago. It broke, because of course it did. I don't know what it is with me. I'm always breaking my fans, though.
Anything good in there?
Map.
Found an old tourist map.
Well, that's something.
Yep. Something's better than nothing. confirmed.
Sure seems quiet. Yeah. Think about how well we hide our lookouts.
I know. That's what scares me.
Well, Seattle's also a big city, like, you know.
Whoa. Is that the QZ?
Yep. Watch the high spots.
I am the quarantine zone. Where they quarantine them motherfuckers just so that they could shoot them. Shimmer, you're in charge. Okay. Never mind. Looks like, well... Shimmer, you're in charge of your own fate. Run free. You're free now. Go. Go before you die later on in the game. Anyways. Cool. And like no collectibles. Where the heck is literally anything? There's no loot or anything. Dina, have you found loot? Dina? Where the fucking hell did she go? What's this? This is just sacks of dirt? Oh my god. How did they know my favorite food? Oh, Abby knew what my favorite food was and she started preparing it for me. That was so nice of her.
Are these cages?
Holding cells. Soldiers had them in Boston, too.
Awesome. It's crazy to think about the path that they took, like, to just get around places between these two games. This game takes place mostly in Seattle. Like, from here on out, it's mostly Seattle.
It's pretty picked over.
It goes to California later on, but, like, yeah. In the first game, you know, you're all over the US. It's crazy. Affected Stage 1. Cordyceps has taken over the victim's motor functions, fast and agile. Stage 1 infected usually travel in packs. Do not let them swarm you. Affected Stage 2. Uses environment to hide and ambush victims. Will frequently flank and attack from behind. Approach with caution and check your surroundings. Stalkers. I don't really remember running into stalkers in the first one, but they're definitely in this one. Infected Stage 3. Completely blind, acute hearing, uses echolocation to seek out prey. Keep your distance. Stage 3 infected are known for their ferocious attacks and are extremely lethal. Infected Stage 4. Rare but dangerous evolution of Stage 3 infected, incredibly strong and capable of throwing acidic projectiles. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Gotcha. Well, there wasn't that much in here. And then there's also technically a variant to the bloaters that we run into. Okay, bye, Dina. Okay, bye, Dina. Oh, no, that's right. I gotta get across here, don't I? My bad, girl. My god. Not played this game in, like, for frickin' ever. Sick. I'm not sure we had any reason to come up here. Surely that's... Yeah, surely this is way too far to jump. Okay, yeah, she didn't even try. I'm fucking, dude, sorry, hold on, okay, that's better. Camera assist is auto-rotating my camera into positions that I don't want it to be rotated in. Like, I'm trying to look around, and camera assist is like, this way? You want to look this way. Look this way. No, I'm trying to just look around at the scenery. The game's pretty, dude. I just want to look with my whole fucking eyeballs.
Dina, hey, help me up here.
Thank you.
I'll keep an eye out.
Thank
Just see if you can get the gate open from the other side.
Sounds good.
Okay. Alright, anyways. We go. Ow. What was that? Sorry, hold on a second. Dina, I'm a little goblin, Dina. Here I come. I'm sorry, I don't know what the fuck this little goblin stance is that she's got going on. Like, it can't just be me that was thinking about that goblin stance.
Oh, fuck.
Ellie? I'm good.
Just almost died.
No, I'm fine. I lived. Girl, climb. The fuck? Oh, wait. There's literally a wall that I can just climb over. Sorry, my leg itches. Ow. My ankles. Well. Might as well just, no, okay, never mind. I was gonna try.
Where are these fuckers?
Gonna be honest with you, I was trying to kill myself. Ladder! Oh my god, dude. Where? Surely you just jump down, right? Like, ow. You need to learn how to roll, okay? Ooh, I love But that's a Seattle brick. This is a Jackson brick. I'd rather have the Seattle brick. Fuck you, Jackson brick. Let's go. I don't know why I'm like this.
Okay, how do I get you power?
Follow the cords. Electrocute yourself. This is gonna be locked. Like there's no way anyways. Stealth.
Okay, wonder when this was written. Saravena base. That's something.
I thought that those headphones had cat ears on them for a second. I'm not even joking.
That's a generator.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's definitely not out of fuel. I remember how to do this. Because I gotta connect the thing to the thing, right? Dude. Oh my god! What the fuck? I swear I am hitting it! Jesus, dude. It's like such an easy sort of game, right? And then I'm struggling because I can't start the generator. That's why I said go plug it in first. Why are you trying to plug it in while the power is on? Why you electrocuted yourself, dingus?
Ellie? Ellie!
And
Over here.
oh my god, yo, the crack.
Hey, everything okay?
She
What was
is
that
just
sound?
eyes. Oh
I
god.
got that gate open. Gotta figure out this one now.
Well, we believe in you.
Thanks.
Yes, Dina and our lovely daughter, the horse. I got stuck on the wall. Walls are like my one true enemy in this game. Walls and generators, it seems like. Ooh. Sag, okay. Well, I'm out of bricks. I got all excited about my new Seattle brick instead of my Jackson brick, and then I used my brick. I think it would have been extra funny, actually. What would have been even better?
Needs juice.
If I kept the Jackson brick like the entire game and just refused to use it. Like, no, this brick it's from home. I can't use it.
How's it going?
Bear with me. I'm not smart. I mean, there is a length limit on these. I might... Yeah, okay. There is a length limit on these things. Is she just creeping there, watching me from the crack? Kind of. She's waiting patiently with our daughter, the horse. There we go. This poor board is being stretched so far.
Okay.
Oh, this poor sweet, sweet board is being stretched so far. Okay, where the fuck are we? 0512. Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Well done!
Shit.
Looks like the generator ran out of
Let's get out of here.
gas.
That crash was pretty loud.
Well, I
Now
hope
what?
nobody needs to use this generator
Found a
anytime
note
soon.
back there. Had some codes on it. It says there's a WLF safe house at some place called Saravina Base.
Saravina. So we find it?
Hopefully we find our first WLF. Get them to talk.
Yeah.
Go from there.
Their autograph.
Oh shit, look. Saravina Hotel.
Well, that's gotta be it. Okay. Let's find a way past this, fuck Fedra gate.
Very creative. Gets right to the point. Let's get closer
East
and scope it out.
2. Well, this thing's not plugged in. It doesn't have power. East 2. 5345. Okay.
Do you know the code?
That note I found has a bunch of them. But we need to get power to the gate
Yeah, I was
first.
gonna say, like, it's not even activating. There's nothing working because there's no fucking power. Is that not a collect? That is a collectible. Okay, good. That's what I thought. If only I could read.
Idiots. Just turning everyone against you.
Let's go. Okay, never mind. I was gonna try to get over here, but never mind. Okay, where am I going then? Just I figured it out. Okay, got there eventually. It's fine.
Okay, here we go.
No gas.
It's out of gas.
God damn it. Well, what do we do now?
We can
Oh,
cry.
shit. The note.
What?
The note mentioned that there's gas in the courthouse garage and the dome.
All right. Courthouse garage and the dome. So what's the plan for finding these places?
We ride around and see what we see.
Yeah,
You
wandering
think Tommy
aimlessly.
came through here?
He did.
Silly Dina, you should know that most of
So,
my plans
where
are
are we?
wandering aimlessly.
Pretty sure we're here.
Ah, nice. I'll mark it up as we go.
If only I could read. Let's go, Dina.
What
This
the
is our
hell happened
honeymoon,
out
I
here?
guess. I am not holding
I'm
the
guessing
reins.
the military bombed the shit out of this place.
I am not holding
Why would
the
they do that?
reins.
Well, they would sometimes destroy parts of the city that were lost to the infected. Or to rebels.
That seems like overkill.
Well, it usually worked.
On the infected or the rebels?
Yes.
Both.
Shit.
Believe me. You're lucky you didn't grow up in a QZ.
I'm starting to get that impression.
Hey.
What is it?
Says there are supplies at some bank.
Might be worth checking out.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
What would have happened if I'd stayed? I'd probably just become one more asshole soldier.
No way. I can't see you taking orders from anybody.
Yeah, good point.
I gotta say, I was expecting the Seattle QZ to be a lot more occupied.
Yeah,
That's fair.
maybe they're all
Oh my
hiding
god, I
at
got
the
one of them Seattle
Saravina.
bricks.
How many WLF you think there are anyway?
Well, at least 8.
If we're lucky, that'll be it.
We'll be
I
fine.
doubt it, but you
We should
never
stay
know.
alert. Stock up while we can.
What we got? What's going on in here? Hello! Ungodly amount of zombies, anybody?
Shit. You wanna bail on this? Your call.
No, we got this.
They're wearing body armor.
Yeah, Screech. Hey, I did real good, Dina! No, fuck! Oh shit! No! Oh, you can do it! That's fine. Okay. We gotta take out the runners first. I for real just... I for real was just like, I'm going for the clicker first. No. We gotta take out the runners first. One, two, and then I saw a third one in there. Alternatively, okay, that one, I'm scared of that one. It just walked directly through the fire and lit. They're both still alive? Okay. Yeah, you know,
Look out!
that was way easier with
Okay.
Molotovs.
That's all of them.
I think I nudged the window.
We found the bank. What's with the body armor? They don't look like soldiers.
Yeah. Not sure.
Yeah, I think I might have maybe nudged the window so that when Clicker heard me. I'm not entirely sure. I legit have no frickin' idea how it heard me there. Also, I can't believe I only have 2 arrows. What the fuck? Insane, but alright, I guess. Yoink. Yeah, loaded with supplies. Fuck yeah, rags. We can use these rags for things, I'm sure. Oh. Anyways. Let's go.
I think these body armor guys were trying to rob the bank.
Oh shit. It's like that movie.
Which one?
The one with the surfer bank robbers.
Oh, yeah. Love that movie.
Surfer bank robbers. No, because now all I can imagine is like a whole fucking group of stoners. Okay, I immediately forgot the combination. so let me just, bank heist plans. 602306. Gotcha.
Here we go.
Da-da-da. 06.
Got it.
Yeah, it's real easy when everybody writes down the combinations to everything. Write down your password, kids. That way the protagonist of the next zombie video game can come in and open any safes you have. Obviously.
Thanks, dude.
Look at all this money. The bag's full.
Yeah, banks be
If we were
like
back
that.
in the old world, whew, we'd be rich.
My fucking god. So much money. And it's 3D money too, it's not 2D money. You know what that means, Dina? We can buy 3D objects! Dina? Dina? Oh, okay. I guess she doesn't, maybe she doesn't seem as excited now that I've, like, pointed out that the money is 3D. This was not fucking worth it, like, at all. I used 2 Molotovs for that.
Watch it! Watch it!
Dina! Clicker! Clicker, girl! Oh my god! I got backed into a corner. Fuck me. It's fine. Why wasn't Dina shooting? Okay, well see, now I know. Alright, we already looted, so let me do a little bit of a crouch here. Oh! I was gonna say, I hear a clicker. Don't see one though. But hey, would you look at that? You little shit.
I think we're done with this place.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man, my arrow broke. Damn it. I can make more. Let me craft some more arrows just really fast. Never mind. I've been bamboozled. Possibly lied to. Ooh. Thanks, dude. Okay, well that was, definitely
Hey, if you
not
lived in
worth
the
it,
old world,
but whatevs, I
what would you
guess.
buy with all that money? But you can get a farmhouse now.
Okay. What would you get?
A space shuttle.
Of course.
That's right. Your astronaut thing.
Hey, it's cooler than a farmhouse.
You don't know
Farmhouse
that?
is way more practical.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. With a farmhouse, we
place
can
was
have
crazy.
a bunch of
Alright,
a
let's find
bunch
that
of
gas.
space to launch my space shuttle. Obviously. Oh, I already have a Seattle brick. Okay.
Is this place sturdy?
I don't know.
Sure. Well, it's not collapsing, so I'd say yeah. No shot I can jump over there. Can I get over there from down, maybe? I doubt it. That looks way too high. Unless Dina can give me a boost. I might... Hold on, wait. Maybe from... Why make second floor if can't get onto second floor? Lame. No, I don't know how to get up there. How do I uppies? Is there a ladder somewhere, maybe? Ah, okay, okay, okay. Okay, I see now. Yeah, I don't need to use Seattle What the fuck was that? There, okay. Ellie just wanted to break her nose, I guess. I'm not sure what the fuck that was. I don't know if that was bad camera angle or whatever.
Careful.
I'm good. I got it, don't worry.
Made it.
I'm running with my knife out. Safety first.
Hello.
Yo! New Pokemon card. Fuck yeah.
Okay, I think that's everything here.
Ah, my ankles. Ah, my ankles. Onwards, noble steed. And Shimmer. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Dina. Dina, I'm kidding, I swear. On into the synagogue.
Valiant Music Shop.
Should we check for supplies?
Okay, I gotta get in from up. We gotta do the uppies, but let's go in and...
Hey, that building's got something on top I'd call dome-like.
Ah, I can't see it.
It's on the map now.
You might as well just run around and explore everything else. I don't remember how to progress through this part of the game, so we might as well just go ahead and go get everything we possibly can, and then go ahead and go through the story a little bit. I'm very itchy on account of dry skin. I don't remember how to get to the music store though. I don't know. This might be something. Yo, a drawer. I love those. I hate this drawer. I don't like drawers anymore.
Hear that?
I hear it. Infected.
Sounds like they're in that building.
Sorry, I thought I heard one behind me and I kind of got a little... Ooh, okay, that's a runner. helps me see anything easier. See, here's the problem with this, right? Dina has not been very helpful for stealth. If I get out my gun and I start shooting, she's like kind of been okay, I guess, but she's not really been helpful. She's thick, so like it's okay, but I mean... No, no, it's nap time. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Eat your vegetables. Go to sleep. Eat your vegetables and go to sleep. Where are you going? Okay. Damn it, I was hoping we could get behind this one. I don't think I can get behind that one. I would like to, but I'm not gonna be able to sneak around it in that hallway right there. I'm gonna have to go somewhere else. Probably sneak up behind it through here. Just the issue of there are other things in the way. Yeah, just put your hand right over its mouth, Ellie. Oh, you didn't. Okay, good job, girl. You're getting so smart. So smart, queen. Where are you going? That one's asleep, technically. I don't know what else to call that other than it's sleeping. No. It's your turn to sleep. It's your turn to sleep. It's your turn to sleep. Go to sleep. Oh, thank you, Dina. Okay. Thank you, Dina. She actually killed something this time.
Is that it?
I think so.
I think so.
I assumed it was it because you stood up, and
Hey,
that to
little
me
help?
means,
Come
yeah,
on.
that's it.
You ever been to a courthouse before?
Do I look like I've ever been to a courthouse
You're telling
before?
me you never got in trouble back in Boston?
No, I was an
I
angel.
got in trouble, but never landed in a courthouse.
What do you mean, Ellie? You were an angel. Don't lie to her. Tell her that you did no wrong, no crimes, ever.
Some serious shit went down here.
Oh, I imagine that they tried to use the courthouse as a safe building. This is gonna be locked. Yeah. That's why there's bottles on the floor. Anything but my brick. No, not my precious, precious brick. I only get rid of my brick if there's a replacement brick, but there is no replacement brick. Oh, what is that? 86, 7, 22. Gotcha. See, this is what I mean. Write down all of your codes so that in the future, the protagonist of a zombie video game can come through and just, you know. I don't remember what this was. I think it was 8626. What's not 8626? 860722. Where the fuck did I get 26 from? Okay. Right by it. 86. Oh 07. 22.
Oh shit, it worked.
Goodies. Oh fuck yeah, I got alcohol. Oh my god, now we Sorry, I don't know where the fuck I was going with that joke, so I just Anyways.
What's that?
Old to-do list. This might come in handy.
Ooh, and paper! Wow! Anyways.
What did it say?
This guy was a Fedra commander or something. They were losing to the WLF and trying to escape.
How big is this group if they were able to beat the army?
You don't need a lot if you're that vicious. We need to be careful.
True. Let's just be smart about it.
Okay, Jesse. Fedra soldiers. Check out that wall. They were executed.
Jesus. They weren't just executed. They shot them to pieces.
Maybe bullets weren't scarce yet. Maybe they deserved it.
Maybe.
Maybe egg. Well, I mean that seems like that's it, but oh, hold on. Found something.
Parking garage.
Well, the gas is in there, right?
Well, that's what the note said.
Well, let's get down there.
Okay, I honestly forgot that we had the courthouse thing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Careful.
I just remember the synagogue. I don't remember the courthouse. Oh, this is not safe. Is it safer to be in or out of an elevator when it falls, do you think?
Shit! On the right!
Nice. Oh god. I'm not worried about meleeing right now. Those things. What? That better have been that thing dying. I only have one fucking bullet. Jesus, I did not think I used that many bullets. I only have one left.
Those Fedra guys never even made it out of the garage.
Hilarious.
Well, let's find that gas.
Oh my god, it's shiny. Dina, I found a shiny. Oh my god. Yo, is that shiny Umbreon?
Here's our
Fuck
gas.
yeah.
Oh, come on. Empty.
Seriously? That giant tank?
Yeah. Just tapped out.
Well, if they've been here
Well,
for however
let's try
long,
and look at the dome.
Kind of makes sense, right? Like,
Now, how do do we get out of here?
We follow the light at the end of the tunnel, I guess? The better question is, how do I open those damn things? Oh, wait, I figured it out.
Dina.
Coming.
Train! Oh my god, I'm going insane.
Come on! Okay, let go.
Good job, babe.
Thanks.
Okay, cross the courthouse off the list.
Let's go find the dome.
No.
It might be
Other
worth
things
grabbing
first.
some supplies before we press on.
Oh yeah, especially me. I'm out of pistol ammo here. Okay, so that's the dome. We know that. There's the music store. I'm not sure how many of these buildings we can actually go through. There's like a diner, I guess? Coffee. Yeah, literally right there. Okay, well let's
It's peaceful out here, at least.
see if we
It's
can't
weird being
figure
in a
out how to get
QZ and
there.
not hearing trucks. Or gunfire and explosions.
My sister always avoided QZs. That's probably why.
Yeah.
She just got more and more paranoid. She'd sometimes wake up screaming in the middle of the night.
Yep.
That's rough.
We always had a
Rough, buddy.
backpack so we could bail if something happened.
I don't have a hotkey
Never
set
stayed
for
in one
that's
place
rough,
for
buddy,
more than a few
unfortunately.
weeks. It sucked.
It's nice to have a place we call home, right?
Yeah. When I first got to Jackson, I was so overwhelmed by all the people.
I was overwhelmed by all the food. I remember my first week just gorging myself. Stuffing food in all my pockets for later like it was gonna run out.
I saw that.
You did not?
I did. I remember thinking, who is this string bean girl stealing all the jerky?
Bro.
I didn't steal that much jerky.
Yeah, you did, you jerky. Haha, got him. It's the theater? This is the courthouse. Why the courthouse has got some silly doors. I don't how do I get into the coffee shop? I don't remember.
Ellie, I think Shimmer's getting sick.
What? How can you tell?
She sounds a little hoarse.
Oh, boy.
Come on, that was a good one.
I like the slow turn. Like every single time somebody makes a shitty joke in a game or like in chat, my reaction is to just slow turn. Alright, well, I don't know where the door is, so surprisingly empty in here.
Wasn't Joel all about coffee?
You kidding me? You trade half his stuff for a bag of beans.
I never got it. Tastes like burnt shit.
It's not
Thank
good.
you.
New
Acquired
Pokemon card.
taste my ass.
I think it's good, like, with creamer. I want some coffee with my creamer, you know? Like, I don't want creamer with my coffee. I want coffee with my creamer. I am full health? Okay, sure, buddy. I am, actually. I know you guys can't see it 'cause it's behind me. Dude, to be fair, even without my chair here, you wouldn't be able to see it. I still like the chair, though. I still think the chair is cute. I wanted to do something new, right? Okay, that's oh, hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, no!
Oh, baby changing station! That's cool, because I just pissed myself.
What's this? Hey, found a key. It says Barco's on it.
Might be worth checking out.
Is that it in here? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Okay. Yeah, I literally, I wanted to do something, like, new-ish and kinda different. And, like, this was the best that I can think of. Like I said, I found all those cute little PNG room assets, and I thought it'd be nice to have, like, a new room. It was actually sort of customized and looked better. And then I was like, what if I gave myself a little chair while I sit?
We cleared this place out.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything else in there. Okay, let's go to the music store. I think is the only other place we have left. Oh, and then Barco's also. Okay. My alarm is about to go off also, so I will be running down and grabbing my moonshine when it does, and also taking a piss break. See if I can remember how to even get into the music store. I know I have to get in from up top. There's Barco's.
Barco's. Hey, isn't that the key you found?
Yeah, let me see. It's right next to the music store. Can you grab this? You can. Awesome. Okay, let me walk around. This seems like the better option. I just have to figure out how to get up top here. Oh, hey. I was gonna try to figure out some like sick parkour move and turns out there was just a ladder. Crushing my dreams. Dude, I fucking hate drawers. Why give drawer if drawer have nothing? Bruh, oh. Yay.
Damn, that's pretty good. Jotting this down.
Ammo? Nice. Okay. Ellie just fucking ragdolled that guy. I guess she wanted the hat, I don't know.
Ugh. Haven't seen one of these in a while.
The thermometers.
Looks like that's everything over here.
To meter your thermo. You know how it is. You ever get your thermometer? You ever get your thermometered? Cause me too. Ooh! This might just be an alternate route. Yeah. Yeah, this is just an alternate way to get through. Okay. Dina, don't lie to me. You are not fitting through that. Okay, apparently she is. She's thick, but she's not that thick, I guess. Sorry, my freaking neck is killing me. Okay. I do big stretch. If this is almost upgraded, then let's get this fully upgraded here. Next gun. Awesome, so now I have 2 fully upgraded guns. Well, hopefully the music store has ammo. Music and ammo, you know. The 2 staples of life. Staples. The store. Staples office supplies. Office Max. Fucking gears here. Well, Dina's not crouched,
We
so
got a bunch
should
of
be
records
fine.
here. The Sleek Habit.
The Sixth Habit.
Close enough.
Okay. We only listened to it like 100 times together.
I was only listening to it because I thought you were cute.
Okay. Fucking gay. Lamau. Guitar. Alright, hold on. We'll check out the guitar here in a second. Drums if you want to drum here, I guess. I actually broke this window for literally no reason. Oh man, I can't spam crouch and uncrouch. Yo, you got strings? Yo? Hey yo? Can has more strings for guitar? Question mark?
Yo.
Hey.
Man, imagine this place when everything was intact.
Check this out.
You could just goof off, play some instruments.
I bet we could scrounge enough stuff to start a band.
You don't know how to play anything.
I mean, I
Oh,
could definitely
wow,
figure it
that was-
out.
That was an interesting beat.
Excuse me. I am a natural. Admit it.
I love you.
Whatever. We're starting a band.
Me too,
How
though.
about you be my groupie?
Your what?
Well, okay. Bands apparently had these hardcore fans that would just follow them around.
Isn't that what I'm already doing?
I guess so.
See, you're a natural at being a groupie. I love how she dodges every single time. Look, that drawer is a different texture. Even on the PS4, nice new Pokemon card. Even on the PS4, drawers come in different textures. Fucking amazing. Do you mean to tell me that I could have just come in through the front door this entire time? Okay, you know what? Let's just go play fucking guitar for Dina. Dina. Well, look how clean that thing is! I guess if it was in the case for however long, sure, why not? That or they just didn't know how to make a dirty guitar. I'm not sure. Either or, I guess. My alarm is gonna go off and ruin this moment. See, told you. I'm sore today.
What was that?
Nothing.
Well, nothing sure sounds nice.
Remember that night by the bonfire?
Yeah.
Talking away. I don't know what I'm to say. I'll say it anyway. Today's another day to find you shying away.
ass song. I actually do like this song, funnily enough. So hold on a second, I'm gonna
in a day or two. Needless to say,
there we go.
I'm odds
Sorry, the thing was like super high and it was really bugging me.
stumbling away, slowly learning that life is okay. Say after me,
Oh, I'm dancing way too intensely for this.
better to be safe than sorry. Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. In a day or two.
Just let them have their moment, it's fine.
You should have kissed me then. I wanted to.
Me too.
Alright. We should keep moving.
Come on, it's not Ellie's fault she's a dumb lesbian. You know how it be. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get my moonshine and then we'll start this little drinking thing here. Pause the game. Go ahead. I'll just put it on the be right back screen because I'm also gonna pee and maybe make food while I'm up. So I will be right back. Oh, okay, there we go. Sorry. My mic did not want to unmute. I figured out my sit, so now I sit properly. And then I tab back in and I'm fucking sitting cross-legged in my goddamn chair. Okay. I got the drink. I got some food. Also, maybe I should have checked my water amount. Hydration is important, especially if you're drinking. Who is that? Oh, hi, Cece. Hold on, give me a second, because I gotta change a couple of things on the stream if I'm gonna be drinking. It's like, I can drink on stream as long as I'm of legal age, which I am. Obviously, we know this. But I have to like put it in the tags and everything. So hold on, let's get in the room here. Yes, I sit. This right here, the cross-legged, is how I normally sit in my chair. I am not joking about that. I legit normally sit in my chair like cross-legged. So yeah, I got that going for me. Okay, there's a content warning. It's content classifications. I can add drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco use. Is there one for drinking? I guess intoxication would technically count, wouldn't it? Oh, that one is for, okay. It doesn't specify alcohol, it just says drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco. Okay, there we go. So now people will know we drinkin'. In that message, I did not realize that chat was underneath my monitor. Let me move the monitor. Okay, now chat should appear on top of it. Awesome. Sorry, I want to see. Argama had more drinks. I don't think that there was like an alcoholic one, but like I still want to check and see what drinks there are that I can have. And I can put a little round table like right next to me. And then have a drink. I see water. I might as well just get the water, right? Like, surely. I see there's off-brand, or no-brand beer. It's literally just says beer on the thing. Yeah, we'll get that. That's close enough to alcohol, I think. I like the gamer fuel that's just, Mr. Dew. It's my favorite. My favorite, I think. Okay, I have to go back to here. My controller turned off. That's fine, that happens. Classic. New folder. Drink. Sorry, I gotta get my little table. Just do a black one. Purely because I think that would be less, like, in the way than one of the colored ones would. Or one of the, like, brighter colored ones would. Yeah, sorry, hold on, just give me a second here. This won't take me too long, I just have to big beer can. I also am actually going to... Oh, no, my chair is attached to me. Right, I need to move the chair, not me. Chair. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Okay, there we go. It was just a little awkward where it was. It was like too far down. Or too far up, not too far down. Okay. And then add table. Okay, browse. And I'll put the table... Right. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Put the table right there. Grab him a beer. My alcoholic drink. There we go. Now I've got now I've got a little beer can. Oh my god, that's fucking ridiculous. I love that for me. Okay, sorry, I also realized I have a shit ton of like folders and things open because I was trying to figure out how to do like tracking for my controller, and you know, I did also adjust the controller's position a bit, so hopefully everything looks good. Yes. Sorry, hold on. The cat's here. the cat is here. Give the moonshine a good old shake. For those of you wondering, also, it is chocolate peanut butter cream moonshine. I have only had a couple of sips of it. It's okay, I guess. And here we go. Okay, I think we explored all of in here. So next, I guess we go to Barco's. I think the entrance is in the alleyway.
I don't think there's anything else in here.
So, Barco's. Yeah, alright.
Oh shit, I got it.
Fuck yeah!
Let's see what we got in here.
Okay.
The hell is this place?
Some kind of WLF something.
Very observant, Ellie. What do we got here? Oh, yeah. Right, they're like the wolves or something now.
WLF propaganda. Reminds me of the Fireflies in Boston.
In New Mexico, we had these guys called the Ravens. Protectors of the Constitution, they called themselves.
What was their deal?
Ex-Fedra types who thought Fedra had too many rules. They ran protection rackets. They took multiple wives.
I bet their wives were all
Great
sleeping
dudes.
with each other.
Ugh, yikes.
Yeah.
But the wives were all lesbians. Hold on a second. Scrungles. Do you like either of these cat towers? She's like, put me down. I gotta eat. You do gotta eat. You go back to eat. She wasn't actually asleep yet. That's the only reason I picked her up. I wouldn't have picked her up if she was like fully asleep. Mice? She likes the mice. She likes the mice. Got the Fimsh.
Goonie and Ghost would have loved this.
Who? I don't think I've
who?
heard this one before.
They were these feral cats I had before I came to Jackson. But they didn't seem to want to leave with us, so I miss those scratchy little shits sometimes. You have any pets?
Nah, it was never really my thing.
Oh, maybe when we're done with all this, we can get a nice little creature to take care of.
Alright, deal.
It's funny because she's pregnant. No, that's actually a nice little creature, and then it's just a fucking CGI baby. Okay, oh, yeah, I was gonna look at this, but they were talking.
What's this?
These are plans to hit a Fedra convoy. This place must be old.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's been here in years.
We could take a look.
Wait, hold on a sec. I'm gonna add water next to my beer so people know I am staying hydrated. Dude, look, like I said, I just think that it's a silly little new thing that I could do to just give my streams a little bit more personalization, okay? That is genuinely all that this stuff is for. It's just, I wanted to do something. I wanted to do something for my 3 years, and something as silly and as just like cute as this seemed perfect. Just give myself a few little props. You know, a few, just a couple. Some water in here, so peeps know I'm staying hydrated. I do also have food, but I don't have any I could get one of the foods. The food is sweets. Like the images from Argama. It's little sweets. Sure, I'm sure we can find one that I like. Surely. Blech. Where's the food? On the next page. Oh, she's got cute socks on here. She's got a lot of cute stuff on her booth store. I just can't afford it. So many good sweets. So many tasty looking sweets. Oh my god, you don't understand. I love sweets so much. That's how you win my heart. Make me something sweet, bro. Bet you won't. I have to periodically reach down to pet the cat. Otherwise, she'll, like, eat me in my sleep. We don't want that. No, 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 no. We do not want that. Big water bottle. I don't want to make this table too crowded. Yeah, you know what? I don't want the table to be too crowded, so we'll go ahead and we'll turn that off. I'll still add the cake, though. If I can. If it'll fit. Oh, I have so many good options here. I'll do the cookies. I'll do a plate of cookies. That's a little too big. Smaller. There we go. Nice. Okay. I have many good options. Most of them cake. Okay. Let's go.
Think we got everything here.
Other thing. There's a convoy on Madison Street. Which it looks like it's just up here, so let's just go ahead and run up here. The horse will follow us if we get too far, so I'm not that worried about it. Further this way, apparently? I'm not seeing anything. Unless I went the wrong way. I definitely went the wrong way.
Where are you going?
There's something back here.
Here we go. Hey Dino, we got a sick car we can take now. You want it? Use a gate code. Okay. Gate West 2. Wrong thing. My bad. Gate. Go. West 2. 0451. Okay. Most of these are 3 though, so I don't really... Oh, okay. Oop. Fuck yeah.
That was some
Oh,
good
no Pokemon
scavenging.
card.
Clean this place out.
Alright. There's one more before the dome. Over there. Behind the courthouse. Hello, thank you. I'm very happy that we have gotten this far. The thing I have done is make myself... I have
You
chair
noticing
now.
About?
After everything we found out about the WLF,
What's
they seem
poppin'?
more organized than I expected.
Doesn't
They've been
change
here for a
anything me.
while.
Just means we have to be more careful.
At least they don't know we're coming for them.
Yet.
Exactly. We're gonna be okay.
I know.
Willing to bet that's the other thing that's marked on the map right there. Like I said, I've played the game before, but I literally only played it once, so like I don't remember everything. But this is probably... Yeah, it's very tiring standing. Now I sit. And I sit in a weird way, but to be fair, this is how I usually sit in real life. I either sit like cross-legged or right now my legs are up. But that's mostly because CC is here. Little CC. I saw the fascist and almost said I love fascism, but I don't.
This guy was an officer.
So, don't. No.
Traveling in a ration truck?
Trying to hide, maybe?
Unsuccessfully.
Clearly.
Yeah, sure looks that way.
What loot do you have? Oh, they got a note. It's also the thing, sitting normally isn't comfortable for me, mostly because of my ADHD. Which is why I'm like constantly moving around on stream. I also like it, so like the chair moves with me, which I really like. Again, thank you Argama Witch for all of the PNG assets. If you would like to also get them, I linked her booth in my links. I also have the thing, I have to sit with my my chair's leg rest out because of the cat. The chair, it's not big enough for both me and her, but that was like the one thing that I looked for when I got a new chair. I was like, okay, I'd like it if it were tall enough that I can lean back.
Ration
it has to
distribution
be
center.
wide enough that I
In
can sit
Boston,
cross-legged.
we line up for blocks.
But it also
The food
has to be
sucked.
like
I go crazy.
wide enough
And
so
some
that
people
both
did.
me and the cat can sit in it. And she can't sit in it if I don't have the leg rest out. So sitting like with the leg rest on my chair out and then my feet on the
Fuel
floor is
distribution.
super uncomfortable.
Here we go.
Fedra secured the shit out of this place.
Yeah.
Boston always had food shortages. Hungry people get desperate.
Ow, my legs. I might not have needed to come down here, Dina. Oh, never mind. So, yeah, so that's another part of the reason why I never
Can you
sit
get through?
normally is purely for the cat.
Alright,
She's
I
so
got you.
cute. She gets like, even if there wasn't room for her, she will try to get into the chair. And it's really uncomfortable when there's not enough room and she tries to get into the chair. So, you know. Kitty's gotta sleep. She gets her priority. It's not, having a leg rest actually isn't uncomfortable. I use it for my feet. Oh my god, what am I, dude, I can't die like this early. I literally just grabbed the moonshine.
I think we dropped all of them.
There were literally only two.
Looks that way.
So I'm sorry for thinking that like this would. Okay, maybe I had to go prone. Maybe they can't see you if you're prone. That might have been it. 'Cause I swear to God, they like can't see you if you're crouched in grass. I might have had to go prone though. Okay. Yeah, it's not actually uncomfortable. I actually have gotten to the point now where I'm uncomfortable without the leg rest. But either way, little Cece. She takes the priority over my comfort. On account of she's just a little lady, you know? Check out this joke. Check out this funny joke. Check out this sick prank. Sick prank, bro. Now, part of what makes it so funny is that the clickers hear it and then immediately go to the Thank you, Dina. Thank you, Dina. Jeez, I'm so low on ammo. Hey.
I think that's all of them.
I don't get it. If there were still people around, they would have cleared this place out.
Maybe they didn't make it here.
Maybe.
Maybe. Let's find that gas.
What am I doing? No, this is how I use my health. I did not mean to craft it. Wait, I'm sorry. My brain is just like, okay, there we go. Yeah, maybe they have their own pranks, and their own pranks are catching themselves on fire or something. Alright, so thanks for coming to my prank channel. It's been 3 years of doing gaming content. I thought I'd finally start my prank channel. So welcome everybody to my first day as a pranking YouTuber. I will also be switching to YouTube. What a glorious platform that... Sorry, I couldn't get through that statement without gagging. Sorry. Claiming that YouTube is a good platform made me gag. It was what a great platform YouTube is. Yeah, lots of okay, bye CC, but lots of red circles. I might need an X too. Be like, my grandma had a heart attack because of this prank, and then put an X over my grandma's face. But it's not even my actual grandma, it's just like some random old lady that I found on the internet.
This place is a synagogue.
How can you tell?
One, there are menorah decorations on the wall. It's a Jewish thing. And two, I didn't burst into flames just now, so.
Burst into flames?
It's just a dumb joke.
Mind, Dina is
unlike
Jewish,
the other ones.
canonically.
You shut it.
So, yeah, it's got like the
This place
the
brings back a lot of
Shuttershock
memories.
watermark over
My
it.
sister used to drag me to a synagogue all the
Got
time.
the Shuttershock watermark.
You never struck me as much of a believer.
Nah, but I like coming from a long line of survivors.
You mean after Outbreak Day?
That, and the Inquisition, and the Holocaust. My family always made it out alive.
Mm-hmm.
Barely.
Oh, I did not know that she would hold her stomach like that. Okay. I already know she's pregnant, obviously. Ellie doesn't. Like, canonically right now, Ellie does not know that Dina is pregnant. I already know. I didn't know that she would, like, randomly hold her stomach like that, though. That's cool. I look, I've said it before, it's the little details. You guys know how much I love those little details, as tiny as they might be. Such a minor little detail. Oh my god. Oh god. Ooh. Ooh. Ew. Fucking ugly. Ew. Stinky monitor. I think you can find the I don't remember what it's called. I want to call it the Torah. Is that what it's called?
Okay.
I think you can find that too, and it's upstairs. The religious text that the Jewish people use. That I don't remember what it's called. I'm pretty sure it's Torah. But then, like, I'm hearing Torah, and I'm like, fucking bullfighter.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, language. This is a house of worship.
We got some gas.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay.
I was drinking. I was taking a sip of my worder. Oh, Dina. I love Dina.
Hey,
Pop up.
through here.
Pop it. Alright, cool.
Do you still pray?
Abuse.
Sometimes.
Really? When?
I said one when we left Jackson. I said one at Joel's grave. Sometimes I do say little ones to myself.
I mean, fair enough. Look, as so many people turn to religion during times of the apocalypse, we already know this. Ooh, sorry. Cookie Run Tower of Adventures just updated. I'm very excited because a new cookie is coming out today.
Does it help?
I think it calms me.
Very excited.
Helps me put things in perspective. It's a way to deal with grief.
That's fair.
A way to show respect. It's what I know.
No, that's fair. I'm not gonna...
This way.
Right behind you.
I have, like, my own opinions on religion, but, like, I still can see why people worship, I guess. I don't know. I can understand where she's coming from. But also the, like, religion in general is just really weird for me. It's like, think about how like,
Torah.
advanced we'd be if
The
we
what?
didn't have religion.
It's
I was right,
scripture.
it is the Torah.
Like a Jewish Bible.
Hmm.
My sister would have flipped for this. The one we used in New Mexico was half burned. All right. Well, at least they didn't just chuck everything.
You speak any Yiddish or Hebrew? Can you read from it? I highly doubt that she can. Well, actually, if she used to have one, it's very possible that she can read it.
Hey, what are you doing?
Bet I can get to the other balcony with this.
At least a little bit of it.
Okay. Ellie, careful.
It's okay. It's holding.
I don't remember how I swing. Okay, cheers. I don't remember how to swing. I don't remember. I just fucking tripped on my blanket. Oh man. Alright, well. A sip it is. A sip of the shine it is. little tiny little. I'm really not taking big sips of this also, because if it were something else, I probably would.
Ellie, careful.
But alas.
It's okay. It's holding.
Oh, come on. I don't remember how to. I mean, I'm literally gonna Google this. How to swing The Last of Us to PS4. Okay. I got it. Oh, hold on, my app crashed. My tracking app crashed. Okay. I'm so confused. It said like lock on with L1, which I'm doing. It was wrong. It said L1, it's R1. Okay. Well, at least I didn't die that time. Yeah, it said L1, but it's actually R1. That's fine. At least we know. How do I grab it? How do I grab it now? Hold on, it looks like I'm looking straight ahead and I don't like it. I like that it looks like I'm looking off to the side when I play games. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. I just hit escape. Apparently escape exits out of my my full screen projector, but it's fine. It's not like the game turned off. I literally just have to pull it back up so that I can see. Okay. Yeah, how do I grab it? Okay, I got... I hit O last time, I think was my issue. For some reason. Okay, I'm sorry also freaks that keep going to ads without a warning. It's not giving me the timer. It's not giving me the ad timer, so like I don't know when you're going to ads. I don't know why.
Nothing to it. Come on, Dina.
Right.
The rabbi's office.
5774. Are we in the future?
No, doofus, that's a Hebrew calendar. For the new year, my sister used to give me an apple dipped in honey.
Oh!
Now I'm craving it.
Oh! Oh, that sounds good, girl.
Ooh, that does sound pretty good.
Oh.
Jewish holidays are all about food. And celebrating not getting annihilated by our enemies. I like coming from a long line of survivors.
I was expecting there to be like a safe or something, but Sag. Alright. Oh, we got the gas. I'm pretty damn sure I explored everything. Ellie,
Okay.
you gotta learn how to roll. I'm telling you, you gotta learn how to roll, girl. Yeah. Now we just go back to the fuck Fedra gate and get it open. Get her done. Can't do something good up here. Oh my god, they have drawers. Why give drawer if drawer not have anything in it? I called that program Shutter Shop earlier, didn't I? Shutter Shock. You guys knew what I meant. It's fine.
Onward, Shimmer.
Onward, our child.
How you doing back there? Getting homesick?
A little bit. You?
Same. Miss having a roof over my head.
You know, I've always dreamed of fixing up a farm just outside of Jackson.
Why wouldn't you stay in town?
I don't know. I like the idea of real space.
That's fair.
Sounds lonely.
Only if you're doing it alone.
Okay. So are we gonna, like, raise sheep and milk cows?
Are you making fun of me?
No. It actually sounds kinda nice.
Really?
Yeah. Really?
Hold on a sec. I don't actually know where I'm going. I'm lost. Sorry, Dina. Give me a second here. Go down. Okay. Think. We cross? We have to get up, I think. Yes, okay. My bad. Sorry. Didn't mean to get lost.
That was an adventure.
Haven't found any of them yet.
Hey, it's a big city. We barely started looking.
Yeah, I know. Just thought we'd see one of them by now.
A lot of Zambos, though. Did I get off too early? I think I got off the horse too early. Okay, my bad. Alright. Let's go refuel this generator. Pop that bad boy open.
Here we go.
Oh shit, you can actually see the,
You put in the code.
the fuel gauge moved. That's cool.
Hey, these old generators are pretty finicky, so might take you a few tries to... Oh.
Sorry, go on.
Nothing.
She's good with her hands. I told you she's the top. I don't remember where to put the code in. Is it actually just at the door? Peace out. Thanks for tuning in. It is actually just at the door. Okay, East 2. That's the map. Okay. E2. 5345. Alright.
It worked.
Well, no welcoming committee.
Or they're just waiting for us.
Or both. They're waiting because welcoming
Except for a way
committee.
in. Keep
I think
an
the
eye on those
horse
windows.
dies soon.
Wolf. WLF. I get it.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, are you seriously telling me you can't get up there? Bruh. That is like a perfect spot for you to climb up to. Oh my fucking god. Okay, no, apparently we can't get up that way.
You see that? Infected just hopped that fence.
Oh, means we can get in that way.
Shouldn't we hear gunshots or something?
I don't know what's going on.
There's mines. I'm not gonna waste a bullet on this. That's stupid.
On the left.
Alright guys, welcome back to my YouTube prank channel. It's so nice of you all to join us today. I told you, no! YouTube prank channel! Oh, Jesus! See, Dina? YouTube prank channel.
Okay. That's that.
I didn't realize there was one right behind me. Also, that's a part of the issue. But yeah, YouTube prank channel. We have my cameraman Dina here. Alright guys, well this concludes episode 2 of my sick pranks. Be sure to tune in next week to see what else I'll come up with. Probably more Molotov throwing. What's really funny about this is that this is pretty tame for a YouTube
And he's
prank
got one
channel.
of those wolf patches.
Guess they didn't make it out with their gas after all.
That's good, right?
If those fuckers who killed Joel got taken out by some random infected,
Then they'd still be dead, Ellie.
I'm not sure that's justice.
Go
Might as well grab what we can while we're here.
Wait. Is that legit just a bottle? Rag and canister. Okay. Right, I forgot that's what the drugs are for. Give me listen mode range. My listen mode is garbage. Alright. Let's go, Dino. Sick. Free melee weapon. I might be able to do some epic pranks with these.
They've been shot.
You recognize him?
No.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe
I forgot-
someone else
oh, he's
killed
here.
these guys. The infected just wandered in.
I like how, like, clean some of these objects look. Look at how clean these clothes are. This broom. Some of the shit looks so clean. It's really funny for some reason. Flammable. Alright.
Hey, found their gas.
Oh, hi,
Well,
Cece. Welcome back.
If we need any more, we know where to get it.
Upstairs we go.
I don't recognize this one either.
Man, they had a nice cozy hotel. Rifle? When the fuck do I get a machine gun? I do not remember getting a machine gun. Yeah, fuck you. Oh man. Bro was out of toilet paper. Maybe that's what killed him. Maybe it wasn't even like a gunshot. Maybe they ran out of toilet paper and then they all just fucking died. Started using each other's flesh as toilet paper. That's a normal thing people do. And then they turned towards the camera and they went, "It was just a prank, bro." Sick. New Pokemon card. Awesome. I like that, like, it's just a game that exists in the universe. Like, cause it's like a form, it's like a series of comic books that exist in the universe. And yet every time I pick one up, I'm like, sick! Brand new Pokemon card!
Shit.
Cece, what are you doing?
What the fuck happened here?
Tommy did this.
This?
Yep.
No way.
It was definitely him. He's one of the ones that killed Joel.
Shit. There's another one over here.
I don't recognize him. He was using them against each other.
How?
Joel told me about this. You ask this guy a question, but you don't make him say it. You make him write it down. And then you ask this guy, and if the facts match, you're telling the truth. If not,
You fuck him up.
yeah.
East 1. Another gate code?
Looks like it.
Quarter.
This just happened now. He can't be far off.
Then we knew. We knew, and we look, and oh my god, there's a seahorse on the wall. Fuck yeah, I love those guys.
Come on.
Fuck yeah.
We can get out this way.
What do you
Maybe
see?
catch up with Tommy.
Yeah.
So I see two things. I see a monkey, like a lemur specifically, and then I kind of see like a crab. Like there's, hold on a sec, let me get a smaller rectangle. Like there's a claw, and then there's a claw, and then those are its eyes. But also like eyeball, eyeball, and then the whole thing is just a face. Yeah. I saw the monkey first, though. Oh man, I can't go back. Oh my goodness, it's cheesy. Oh, okay. It's a solid body for some reason. Why are the bodies in this game solid? What the fuck? And I can't ragdoll them? Oh. Oh, Cece's smelling the moonshine on my blanket. Well, at least now I know why we couldn't climb up this way. Boss!
I know you said Tommy had a rough past, but fuck.
I know. Are you okay?
It wasn't pretty.
I don't want you to think bad of Tommy.
Ellie, if I had my sister's killers tied to a chair, I'd do worse.
I hear you.
You get the generator. I'll open the gate.
Remember the code?
The one written in blood? Yeah.
Okay, that was my bad. Like, for real, that one was actually my bad for once. Oh, why is it so hard to start a generator in this game? Ah! Oh my god, I think I fail at starting the generators more than I die.
And I got this.
Big question, though. Where does this take us?
Places, probably. It takes us to the next location of our sick YouTube
I
prank,
say we find
Dina.
shelter and we set up camp.
No.
Maybe somewhere high up so we can scope out the area?
No, the horse has to
I
die
like that
first,
idea.
I think.
Okay. Let's look for an open building.
Get the other! Don't lose her! Go!
At least you put it out of its misery. My poor horse. To be fair, like, a broken leg is basically a death sentence for a horse, I'm pretty sure. Owie. Oh my god, look at you, you're so small. She's so small. You just don't slap me. The fuck? I'll kill you. You think I fucking
Didn't
won't?
think I'd ever see you again. How'd you find us?
Walked.
Asked about a dude with a bitch scar across his face.
It's funny. How many came with you?
One.
Just you
My
two?
horse.
You can't stop this.
Jordan! You're supposed to be out looking for the other one. What the fuck is this?
You know the smuggler that we killed out in Jackson?
Yeah?
This girl was there.
What?
They're coming after us. That's why Nick was fucked up like that.
You lied
We
and
gotta
said
get her to
that we are
Isaac.
smugglers.
Tell him exactly
when in
what's
reality,
going on.
you
Yeah,
just
well,
hunted
I just
down
got
a
off the
man
radio
that
wire.
was just trying to live
got a
his
new
life
mandate.
and atone.
Kill all trespassers.
Oh, hold up. That doesn't make any sense.
Direct order, man.
No, let's talk to her. Let's figure out what she knows.
I don't give a fuck what she knows. You saw what she did to the others?
You have no idea how many people she might be with.
I
This
actually
might be
didn't
an
kill
ambush,
any.
I don't care
Mike.
how many people she's with, we will find them, we will kill them.
Can you just think for yourself for a quick
Jordan, get
second
the
right
fuck
now?
out of my way.
Dina!
Jesus. Come here.
Dina!
Use your tootsies. Get the glass, Ellie. Use your tootsies to get the glass. Do I have to do anything here? Yes, okay. Oh, you can see the holy shit, you can see blood dripping from Ellie's hand. You're ready to control, you're not taking Dina. I refuse.
Are you okay?
Mostly.
Only I can choke Dina.
Ellie, we should go. Somebody would have heard the gunshots. Look, she's one of them. Come on, look at that later. Was there a TV station on that map? I don't fucking know. Come on. Fuck, Ellie.
Right, so I am in fact out of normal people ammo, and I only have big gun ammo. 1, 2... Oh, it's just you two? Yeah, sure, why the hell not? Oh, okay. Nice one, Dina. Sometimes she's helpful,
Let's go.
sometimes she's not helpful.
How many guys did you see? Enough. We gotta get the hell out of here.
But Dina, it's a school. We should learn things while we're here.
It was this way! Move up! Clear the rooms.
Should learn things, like maybe some new pranks, cause like I don't think that Molotov prank, we need to get more views.
Search this place.
I don't think people are gonna like that Molotov prank for too much longer.
Shut. Relax.
Report. Anyone spot them yet? Fuck's sake. Anyone seen them?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Right here!
What? No, actually, I can't. I can't hear shit. Okay, don't be rude. Don't be rude. Don't be rude.
To your right!
Bruh. 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 Are you gonna shout to your right and then not help me, Dina? Come on. Please. Oh my god, I got my fucking lid stuck again. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm wiping the lid off to hopefully stop it from sticking. Okay. I guess I don't really need to fully seal this right now. Sorry, pet the kitty break. Okay.
It was this way! Move up! Clear the rooms. Wipe them out! I'm here!
Ow.
God damn it! Got ya.
Oh no. I don't have any rags. Shit. Wait.
Chris! Move in!
Copy that!
I don't have any rags. I couldn't make a health kit. I don't have any rags. I like that this thing has a government warning on the bottom of it, and it's just telling you to not drink if you're pregnant.
It was this way! Move up!
I think I'm fine. I think I'm good.
That's how it's done.
Dana! I know you're out there.
Okay, where'd you go?
Well, that worked. I still need rags, though, so if I could, like, tear off a piece of
You
their
good?
clothing or
Yeah.
something.
You recognize any of these guys?
No.
No, can't do that. Just gotta suffer. Okay, well, let me run around a little bit. Ooh, candy bar. Scissors. Not seeing any rags. Shit. Okay, that's fine. Ellie is like dying. She's breathing so fucking heavy right now.
I want everybody down here now!
Where'd those shots come from?
I don't know. Search the courtyard. You, hold the cafeteria. I'll cover here.
Right.
Hey, welcome back to my YouTube prank channel. And just like that, sick prank.
Oh my god. My channel, everything is the same except for some reason I talk in like a basic white boy announcer voice. Imagine.
Ellie, up there. More of them.
god, I have a fucking bow. Jesus.
Ambush, ambush!
Fan out, search the area. Someone must have slipped past us.
Wait! How you doing? It came from over there!
No, I didn't.
Holy shit! Trespass is loose!
No, we're not.
God damn it!
Also, apparently I already had the machine gun on me, so that's pretty epic. It's quiet. It's a lot quieter than I thought it'd be. Yo! Dina, they got special cola! Oh my god, they have a fucking shot back. Hey, yo. I remember having a red one of those. Now we got a orange one. It's orange, bro. How the fu- is that fucking Listerine? Ugh. Put so much fucking antiseptic in Listerine, it's disgusting. Oh, alright, Dina, I am no longer dying, and I healed my injuries by wrapping up my jacket. Oh, yeah, give me back my arrow. What about that other one I killed with my bow? First of all, where the hell even were they, dude? I wish I could, like, see ammo in my survivor sense. That smoke bomb strat actually wasn't terrible. Oh, not gonna lie. Alright. Almost out of here, I think.
Have a look here. Fuck these wolves. Steal their shit.
Yay.
What do we got? Anything?
Oh no. Over there. Ellie, get down.
Hello? Where's Adrian's patrol? Fuck! Hey, you two! Trespasser's gone!
What?
You seen anything?
No.
Cover this roof. I'll check over here.
You sure she's not on the street? Did you look?
How would she get down there? I don't know.
Is that Jeremy Lee? Is that who I
been
hear?
called in?
Greg went out to Capitol Hill. He should be back with those guys any minute now.
Oh, hey, look, I'm like bleeding through my bandage. Hold on, I get a good. I think I can get a good look.
Where'd everyone go?
Oh yeah, it's cool.
See anything down there?
There's no one here.
This doesn't feel right.
Charlotte? You okay?
Come on, talk to me.
That is definitely Jeremy Lee. that is definitely Jeremy Lee.
Alan!
Hi, I see you have knees. I was kind of hoping I could hit you in the kneecaps, but I couldn't.
Let's not find out.
Oh no, is that both? Is that all my arrows? Fuck me, dude. Well, she fell off the roof though, didn't she? That or she despawned, one of the two. Alright, well, I'm out of arrows, unfortunately. Just have to make more, I guess. At some point, when I have the materials for that. my god, Ellie, you are breathing heavy, girl. At first I thought she was just doing it cause I was like almost dead, but now she's just doing it to be extra. Uh-huh. Yep, can't read. Nice. Some more ammo. Rags. Wow.
What about this?
Yeah, sure. Let's go, Dina.
Let's try it.
Hold. You do have to hold and smash the button depending on what the little icon looks like. I think I'm pretty A-okay at telling, oh, this one is hold or this one is smash, because there's literally only two. Oh my god, yo, free bikes!
Inside.
We could use those since our horse died. Our daughter.
Come on.
That's what we get for taking our kids on the honeymoon, Dina.
Now.
There has to be a way down to the streets somewhere.
Bird. I told her we shouldn't take our kids on the honeymoon, but she insisted. Oh. Not there, that's for sure. Oh. Oh my god, I almost fucking died. Yo, cat tower? Yo. Keyboard? Do they also have a PS3? No, but they were using their TV screen as their computer monitor, it looks like. For some reason. My god! Me one day. And more monitors! Oh man, imagine. I like to have more monitors one day. For something or other. I think it could be nice. Poor neck. Sorry. Yo, bathroom scale? Apparently I weigh 0 pounds. Does it actually work? Actually, hold on a sec. I can't get on it. Alright, I weigh 0 pounds and also free loofah. Though that loofah looks like a brain. You have to go outside to leave your apartment. Okay, I guess. Sure. Dina, don't fucking do that.
We need to get to the street.
Yo, they got a PS3! Yo! Dude, why does, like, everybody own a PS3? What is that called? Mini Chef? Panda Patrol. Chess. What's the secret instead of Clue, I'm guessing? Nice. Highland cow. It's just a serious lack of materials, dude. Frickin' old was the kid that lived in here. That they've got a fucking dual monitor setup. mouse calculators. No mouse pad though. Their mouse also is just wireless for some reason. I mean, like, those exist, yeah, sure, but why? Okay, well, at least a teenager, I guess. That's definitely not a child skateboard? Snowboard. I think so. Dude, I didn't get my first computer till I was, like, in high school. I don't care about silencers too much. Do you think Dina's mad at me for just... Strange. You think Dina's mad at me for just, like, eating random drugs I find on the floor? Because that's legit what I'm doing. That's how it's how I upgrade. I just eat drugs I found off the floor.
Yeah. I think we're good. All right. Check this out. She's one of them.
Well, fuck her then.
Read the letter.
Jordan.
I mean, she is pretty,
Isaac's
but
got us
yeah.
posted up on a 2-week at the TV station. Scars spotted in the area. Here's something to hold you over, Leah.
TV station.
You think she's still there?
We gotta find out, right?
So, spy all these tall buildings. That way.
Yep. We could go take a trip to the Japanese garden while we're on our way. I like that my legs also move when I rotate. I could also have my my legs like up on the desk, I think. If I've got this little table here, I could have my legs like on it.
You good?
Yeah. I thought I was fucked back there. Thanks for the save, by the way.
Of course.
Dina, get in. I can carry you in this.
So, those are the wolves. They're really armed.
Yeah, they are. Do you think there were gonna be this many of them?
Tommy said this was a possibility.
Does that change anything for you?
No?
Man, they didn't even get to celebrate Halloween.
Keep an eye out for patrols. There are a bunch trying to smoke me out around here.
How many?
I passed 2, but I got a feeling there were more.
Yo, Dina, we can go
Once they
swimming!
realize we're out of the school,
And that we killed their fucking friends.
Yay!
they'll be out in force looking for us.
Yay! Oh, this is so much fun. I love swimming. Oh, wow. I love swimming in jeans and Converse. Very comfortable. Yeah. Very comfortable. I love the fucking dodge she does. Every single time I approach her, she's like...
I can't believe they just attacked like that.
These people are not like us.
What if we'd been refugees? What if we, I don't know, had intel they needed?
It doesn't seem like they care about that.
Okay, this is just the school. But we're trying to head away from the school. Okay, dude, I know I'm dumb, but like, how did I miss an entire exit? Way to the swimming pool. Okay, I
Something
guess.
keeps bugging me.
I don't know. Whatever.
Why didn't they kill you and Tommy when they had the chance?
I don't know.
They only wanted
Seems
Joel.
reckless.
Capital Inn.
Maybe they're dumb.
Maybe.
What?
Could be that you just weren't who they were looking for. So they let you go.
Yeah, well, they did beat the shit out of us. The one guy Jordan kicked my face in.
And then
Yeah,
I
but
killed
why
him.
do you think that they didn't finish
It doesn't matter. They fucked up.
They did.
Well, I mean, I already know that I wasn't who they were looking for, but that's not the point. The point is that
What was
they
the name of the
murdered my
girl
father.
The one in the TV station?
Leah.
Leah.
Was she the one... she the one with the braid?
No. Only thing I remember about her was the sound of her crying over that sadistic fuck's face when I sliced him open.
So, how do you want to handle her?
Find out what she knows. Find out where the others are. Go from there.
You gonna ask her why they did it?
You have one washing machine
Any of
and
this
dryer for the
jogging
entire...
memories of stuff Joel said about his past?
Nothing new.
The entire...
What are the chances he did stuff that you don't know about?
Hi. I wasn't,
there we go.
wasn't very big on sharing.
I wonder what Tommy's making of all this.
He'd probably know more about all the people Joel crossed.
Brag, okay. Ooh. New Pokemon card. Fuck yeah. I don't know how many of these rooms I can actually get into. I know where we have to go. I'm just looking around, you know, loot and whatnot. I'm very short on supplies, so no, I can't get any of these open. Okay.
What are you doing with that?
It's stuck.
Hey, maybe try getting it off the curb?
Yay! Wow, Dina, you're so smart. You saw the curb when I didn't.
Now what are you gonna do with it?
I climb.
I'll be back in a sec.
I climb.
I'll keep watch.
I become tall. Taller than Dina, even though I was already taller than Dina. What the fuck is that? That is a weird ass looking faucet. I don't know, it's just like too big. I don't know. I hope it's not just me. That faucet looks weird as hell. Dude, what the fuck? Why is your monitor? Okay, your game guide clipping through your keyboard. Dina, I found a bike. This will definitely replace the horse we lost. It's way faster. Again with the super clean clothes for some reason. It's like nature is like, oh, I'm gonna reclaim. Oh, not these clothes though. No, these clothes are fine. We can't reclaim these clothes. Like, okay, well, why? Like, out of everything, it's just, it leaves out clothes. No, they got an ice maker. Nice. Sun Hunt 2. Kid. The something of Notre Dame. Oh, the Hunchback. It doesn't look like Hunchback. It doesn't look like Hunchback, but that's definitely what it is. Better days are coming. Don't fucking lie to me, you shit. I'm so angry.
Was it worth it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a
Good
new
haul.
Pokemon card. Anyways. Okay, I guess like the whole family is just reading The Hunchback of Notre Dame. No idea why. Okay, so she'll move out of the way of me, but not out of the way of the dumpster. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, sure, Dina, sure.
I can still kind of see the buildings. How do you want to go?
Let's see.
I want to go looting, Dina. I'm still very low on supplies. And I therefore am going to die. Over and over again, and we don't want that. Well, chat might want that, but you know. The fuck is this shit? A laundromat? Nah, bro.
Ellie. Wolves.
Well, at least he knows something other than fucking burritos every Thursday. I'm sick of it. You know how many times I got food poisoning, or why do you think I took up fishing? I'm getting hungry. Yeah? Well, stop talking about food then. Yeah. Where the fuck is this girl?
Somewhere in this area. And we're sure she ain't a scar. She was riding a horse.
Dina!
Got visuals on him!
Dina! Oh my god, dude! Dina! Dina, if you had grabbed them! Oh my god. What the hell, girl? If she had freaking grabbed that other guy, we'd have been so good. Motherfucker. Alright.
She's down!
X. Gotcha. Okay, no, I didn't know what the button to zoom was. X. Huh? Nice. Oh, I should probably turn my light off.
I don't think so.
These guys can see the light.
Good.
Zombies can't, obviously, but these guys can. I bet if you take these clothes out of the bags, they'll be immaculate.
None.
Man, this QZ is huge, right?
It's pretty massive.
You think the wolves are spread out all over it?
Probably.
I sure hope not.
Huh. Halloween store. Brings back memories. I think it's specifically a Halloween
Anything in
store.
here?
Oh my god.
Just Halloween stuff.
Look.
Some of this stuff is funny looking.
I'm not a fan.
Look. She says that. And yet, last time she went to a store with Halloween stuff, she had the time of her fucking life. She was with Riley. It just brings back bad memories, I guess. Imagine it's the zombie apocalypse and you're like, I'm gonna go loot the Halloween store. I have to. I have to go and loot the seasonal items store because it's almost Halloween. It's like, yeah, okay, bye. Why do they only have Halloween pop-up stores? Like, they only, you know, why don't they sell Halloween shit all year round? It feels criminal, in my opinion. There's no, like, Christmas pop-up stores, it's only Halloween.
Ellie, another patrol.
Actually, can I get the stability? Your stability is already up.
Appreciate it.
Let me give you some advice. Get the information and be done.
It's okay, I'm sure they won't see us.
Depends on the scar. Am I right?
No, I'm sure that they won't see us. Don't worry. Don't worry, Dina. They surprisingly did not see us. I like that the light turns on because it's hooked up to a car battery. That's pretty great.
Gavin! Ambush! I think it came from over there!
It didn't come from anywhere, you little shit. Oh, hey, Dina, what's up?
Come on, spread out.
No.
We are not alone here.
Yes, you are.
Gary! That way! It came from that way!
No, it didn't.
Over here!
No! I got the arrow! Worth it! Worth it! This is definitely a safe place to be during a gunfight.
Better start running.
Wait, did I get my my arrow back? Sure, probably.
Got you now!
God.
Alright, just... Don't... Please, don't... Please. Oh God!
I didn't know you could beg for your life. That's adorable. Anyways, let's go, Dina.
See any more?
Oh.
No. How many guys did they send looking for you?
Anybody else see that reload?
Too many.
Yo, gay people? During October? Yo, gay books. Fuck yeah. Come on, Dina, gay books. Let's go. Where's the gay books? Everybody's like, Pride Month is June. I'm like, Pride Month is October. Because the gays also get Spook Month. Oh, sick pranks! Oh, sick pranks! Oh, eat your vegetables. Okay. Man, I can't believe that they allowed gay people in this bookstore. That's so political. Everybody! Oh, you should eat your vegetables. Oh, although I'm more of a fruit guy myself, you know? It's just better. Okay, I wasn't sure if I could still stealth them like that, but I can, which is pretty epic. Oh, that's Dina. My god, she keeps just fucking appearing. Like, like out of nowhere, she just keeps fucking appearing, and the amount of times that I've almost turned, looked at her, and gone, woo, and then it's just been her the entire time.
These WLF guys went up against the military over a decade ago. Why are they still so amped? There can't be that many trespassers that come through here.
I don't know. The city still looks like it's filled with supplies. I can't see why people would need to fight over it.
Because they're assholes. Okay. I mean, I'm full anyways. That's cool. I didn't know she, like, would pick up the bottles and whatnot. Neat. Okay, I'm gonna assume this is... Wait. Yo, it's the Big Book of Gay. I fucking hate it here. What does it say? History of LGBTQIA progress. Okay, that's... Yeah, that's fine. Is this... Queer and brown in the American South. Okay, the Stonewall riots. That's an important one. That's an important one. Awaken Your Chi. Why is that in the gay section? Seen in Her Eyes. Yeah, I can see that being a gay book. 60 Days in the Woods. Oh, that's definitely a gay book. A lot of the Stonewall riots. A lot of Stonewall. Not surprised. Well, kinda surprised, but like a lot of Stonewall. We are in Washington, aren't we? Yeah, I guess that makes sense that Washington would be so... Yo! Trans rights! Fuck yeah! Me when this bookstore said a trans rights. Ayo.
How do trespassers even get in? Company.
Same way the deserters did that.
If you ask me, deserters are the worst. They don't want to be here, then they don't want to be here. They're fucking cheaters. At least with scars on it again.
Like I said, I don't give a fuck.
Y'all can't see me.
Ellie, to our right.
Our right? No, what? Oh, they're right there. Okay, cool. Thank you. Alright, so they definitely can't see me for some reason. Wait. Oh my god, this will be so funny.
Huh? The hell was that?
It's epic.
Let's check it out.
Come on.
I got you covered.
Come on, go. Come on. Fine. Epic Prank channel. My epic YouTube pranks channel. You don't understand.
Don't see shit.
Yeah, you do. I don't know how that got him too, but okay.
You're done!
See any others?
Not yet.
Cool. It's kind of easy to take these guys out.
How are we gonna get Leah alone? This QZ is swarming.
We just need a minute to talk with her.
Are you gonna make her talk?
If I have to.
Got a runner. On the right.
Girl, we got a bit more than a runner. Yeesh. a new Pokemon card. Go! Damn! Cool, cool. 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 Alright, see you. And then you. This is the one here that Dino pointed out. It's like, quote unquote, asleep though. Did that thing again where I almost hit square instead of triangle. It's fine. Oh, hi Dina. Jesus. Swear to God, she just keeps fucking appearing. Yo, we got more vegetables here. Fuck yeah. Special cola? No. Vegetables. I'm coming. Here I come. Eat your vegetables. Eat your vegetables! Let's go! Oh, man. Vegetable? No vegetable.
God damn.
Where's all of the materials for crafting? Oh, yay, yum, 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 yum. I'm fully convinced I'm running around the apocalypse eating stale food that I find off the ground in order to gain health. I don't know why that's become a feature in so many apocalypse games lately, and so many zombie games, because it's a feature in both of the Dying Light games. I can understand it in the first one, but the second one? That it's been like 20 years since the outbreak?
Rifle in the building. Man, can't believe this whole area is gonna be empty soon.
I still don't understand why the fuck we're falling back.
We're not falling back. We're getting called up.
It took us months to secure this zone.
Oh my God, it's true.
Higher-ups know what they're doing. Probably.
She haunts me. No matter what game I play, Jeremy Lay will be there. Borderlands, she's Gage.
What the
This game, she's random soldiers. Cyberpunk, she's literally the main character.
Keep it up!
Keep her down!
Not that, buddy. Oh, thanks, Dina. Where the heck even are you guys?
To your left!
What? Oh, yeah, I can kind of see that guy. Howie, the fuck, bro? Get down! Sick dive! Alright, I'm trying not to die. I'm trying real hard to not die or whatever. But, I'm real bad at video games, so you know.
Fuck!
Hold on, wait, I see that bozo. Right? Well, I just used all my ammo, which, you know. Oh, don't worry, we're at the bank. I can buy more. Get my money out to buy more ammo.
You good?
No, I am dying,
Yeah.
actually. Okay, cool. I got a bottle. I prefer the Seattle bricks, but I guess a Seattle bottle will have to do. Thermos? Am I really using thermoses as silencers for my gun? Alright, I guess, sure. What said that thing Abby had on her gun earlier was a silencer? I highly doubt it was a silencer, but it was definitely some kind of muzzle. I don't know. Something weird that shouldn't be there, probably. Yay, health! Love that for me.
Now what?
Onwards, I guess.
We gotta get through this checkpoint wall. Those buildings are on the other side.
Look around. There has to be a way over.
No, we got a whole ass building here we can go on into.
Let's get up to the second floor.
Hold on, let me go in here first. I'm gonna start calling every single cafe we run by a Starbucks. Oh look guys, another Starbucks! This is the third one I've seen. Oh, they got an A? Wow, good job Starbucks. Yes. Oh, okay. Health. Delicious. I don't think my controller changes color in this game. That's unfortunate. That was one of the like a really cool feature in the first one. Was having it change colors. Now it's just kind of like bleh. Hey, the second floor awaits. Any guys up here? I don't hear anything. I like that I got a perk that makes me like more durable. And yet I'm still almost died multiple times. It's a pretty good meme. It's a pretty good bit right there. It's classic Seafarer behavior, that's what that is. Yeah. Yay! I think I'll save up, and I want to get the, faster stealth kills. Sounds pretty damn sexy.
Hey, hey!
Coward!
There you are!
Your mother!
Cool, thanks. Good thing Dina has infinite ammo. Maybe I should ask her to just share some of her frickin' ammo with me.
Hey, I think it's this way.
Hold on, Dana. Let me finish looting up here. Nope. Alright. Yep, let's go. Is this the other side? I guess. More or less, at least.
Okay. We got over. Now what?
I don't know. You don't have a plan? Shit. Well, I see over here.
Hey, Dina.
Yeah. Give me your hand.
Okay. I was trying, it wasn't working.
Hey, that round building. It looks like the TV station from your map.
Yeah. Come on.
God, sorry, my right fingers are super sore right now. I don't know why.
I don't know how I would have done all this without you.
Look at you.
Oh, shit!
What? Oh, Jesus.
What the fuck was that? I ran into a trap. A what? Explosive traps. Watch where you're walking.
Here comes that one to set this trap off. Oh. Let's take a little listen here. I see a 1, 2. We might, so we're on Seattle day 1. I might just finish day 1 and then go ahead and call it for the day. Just because we've been going for a decent amount of time here, I think. I'll keep the moonshine out in case, you know. You never know. I might die or get spooked. I've gotten, like, surprised, but not scared. So, that's an issue. Oh, bottle. Huzzah. Nice, new Pokemon card. Still haven't gotten a Charizard, but that's fine.
I think we gotta get down this.
Yep, you ready for a fun little slip and slide, Nina? My ass is muddy.
I'm okay. Come on.
That was a mediocre slip and slide, actually. I wouldn't exactly call it fun, but you know.
What if she's gone by the time we get there?
I don't want to think about that right now.
And then we beat up everybody else. Until they tell us where she went.
Wires up around Jackson. Might be a good way to deal with the hordes.
Yeah, that'd be smart. But we'd probably blow up some stragglers.
We put up signs, warning them.
What if they can't read?
We'll make drawings. You know, like a foot tripping over a wire and then big fire.
I mean,
I bet I could build them.
I like you.
I want it in writing.
I met this guy once, friend of Joel's. Tripwired a whole town.
Oh yeah, Bill.
How'd people get around?
It was just him.
Wait, he lived alone in an entire town?
Yep.
He had trust issues.
That's sad.
Kept him alive.
Hey, look.
Who do you think
Oh,
it is?
yeah, the fucking Seraphites.
Someone who wants us to feel her love.
It's some cult
You think she's related to the
bullshit.
wolves?
I don't know.
It's kind of fucking weird.
Yeah, welcome to Cult, Stina. Not too much different than a normal religion. Y'all alive, or...
Holy shit. These were all shot.
It's Tommy's horse.
Look. It's Tommy's. Ugh. Infected did a number on this one.
Poor horse.
You okay?
Yeah, sorry, it's just that smell.
All right. You must have taken off on foot. You good to keep going?
Yeah, I'm fine. Please.
Sorry, I just heard music. I don't know if my dad's playing music or if, like... Oh, hi, Cece. It's like, why is there, like, epic rock music playing during a fucking cutscene? It's just Dina vomiting. Alright, well, onwards, I guess.
How'd this city get so wrecked? Boston wasn't like this, was it?
Boston didn't have a full-blown civil war.
Yeah, Boston also didn't have the
Fireflies
bomb
never put up
shop
this
on
kind
it.
of resistance.
I don't see any wolves.
No. Let's not count our chickens, though.
Well, that's fine, because I don't have any to count anyways, so, like, I've got a
See the
single
TV station?
struggle.
Yeah, it's that way.
Whoa. More bodies.
God.
Tommy definitely came this way. Solid barricade. Okay, well...
That is a mattress?
Not going this way.
That is a mattress. Solid barricade, she says, looking at a mattress.
Stop. Tripwire.
Oh.
Thanks.
I didn't see that one right there. Oops, my bad. I didn't see that one.
I bet he went through there.
Jesus, so many tripwires. Hey, CC. Yo, trophies, fuck yeah! First place, let's go! Yep, can't read. Sometimes you can open lockers and sometimes you can't. Actually, let me get the stability on my fucking shotgun up, because it is garbage right now. Genuinely. I got me a whole singular bullet. Hey, Dina.
We've really got this area covered.
Probably don't cut through here much with all this.
There's that silver lining.
Yep, yep, yep. I don't know why I'm crouched. Not really run into anything. But I know, like, the second that I stand up... Okay, well, Dina's standing, so I might as well. Cool, new Pokemon card. Children. There's a fucking Hunchback of Notre Dame. Again. The Moonstone is a bestseller. Okay, non-fiction. Fiction. I'm not really a non-fiction kind of lad, you know. Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I am, most of the time I'm not. Yo, they got special cola again.
Are you okay? Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna try to use my bat, but, you know. Thank you, Dina. Okay. I could try to crack this in the annoying way, or... Have I picked up any... walls? Or... Okay, you know what? It might be in a different shop. Let's see if we can't get into this clothing store. It's literally right here. Make sure you take the envelope to the bank before Monday. before made the combo the last 6 digits to Stacy's phone number. Figured that one would be easier for you to remember. So we have 01. Great. Oh, we know the first numbers at least. Said something about the bank, didn't it? Should I head to the bank then? Can I get back to the bank from here? There's like employee records somewhere. Stacy's on one of them, I guess. I doubt it though. Let's keep looking. I don't even need to, like, know what the code is. If I can just figure out where the hell to find it, I'll be satisfied. Okay. So Stacy is a little, she gets around. She gets around. Nothing wrong with that. She gets around. Call Stacy. 550133. Gotcha. She gets around. To be fair, I did actually guess the 55.
Oh shit, it worked.
Yeah, I did actually guess the 55. That one I actually got correct, just doing the hearing thing. Which is kinda bonkers, but hey. It's just bonkers because I actually got it. I'm just a bit
Tall grass
surprised.
is making me nervous.
Yeah, they're getting tricky to see.
Here. No. Here. No. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Actually, where am I going? Dina, I don't know where we're going. That was close. How the f—
Smart. That works.
I
Yeah.
couldn't figure out
Seen
how
Joel
else to
do
get
this.
through.
More of this stuff.
Huh.
Hello, coming in.
I go. Later, Dina. I don't have... Oh, no. Well, okay. Goodbye, Seattle Brick. Hello, Seattle Brick. Okay. Oh!
Shit. Stay down there. These stairs are wired up.
Can you detonate them?
Not here.
Hold on, wait, I can go this way though. Huzzah! Climbing.
We're not being subtle right now.
What are you talking about?
Maybe Leah will come to us.
Yeah. Or they might be waiting to ambush us.
Or both. Could be both.
Need to get in there.
Yeah, we're not hopping that, that's for sure. We'll hop this though. Cool.
There it is. Stay low.
Feels empty.
I don't buy it. You see a way in?
Not yet. Maybe we could climb up?
Try. We could try. Let's try, I guess. I think that's how we get up anyways. Jeez, I don't know how long this day is.
Fuck.
It's brutal. Tommy do this?
Let's get inside.
You didn't even answer her. But you didn't answer the question, Ellie. Sorry, I was petting the kitty, but I'm also tired. This is the thing, like, I've never been drunk before, no, but all I know about drinking is that it makes me tired. I was already tired before that. This is just making it worse. I wish I could drink, by the way. Really refresh Choked on it a bit. I'm fine. Ah. Okay. Let's go. Nice. Bonk. Nice. Bonk. Sag.
Fuck. Be careful.
This has more uses. Sick. Ooh, yay! I love items. My favorite. Hey, oh, we're not getting that way. We're not getting that way either. And uppies maybe somewhere? And uppies.
Holy. This is definitely not Tommy.
Who the fuck did this?
I don't know. But it's a message.
It's a
This just
message.
happened.
Join our shitty ass cult or die.
I hope not. Keep your eyes open.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I actually legitimately forgot about the Seraphite cult shit that you deal with in this game. So that's a little awkward, isn't it? Like, not much for me to grab. Not just not a whole lot. Dina probably went the right way, yeah.
Shit.
That's
Another body up there.
up where?
I don't like this. We're
Where?
too exposed.
We have to search all of it. I want to
Oh,
find
up
Leah.
there.
Just be careful.
Can you boost me? Maybe. I don't know how to get up there. How do I don't know how to uppies. There's something I can drag? Dina, I don't know how to uppies. Well, there's this. Maybe this? I guess this. Squish, squish, squish the kitty. She does not care. She's living her life right now. Nice. Oh, more stairs. Huzzah. More Pokemon cards, yes. Noise. Okay, Ellie, I think you can put away that. You don't need that out right now. Put that away. Oh boy. Hello?
is that?
I didn't hear anything. Oh no, now I am scared. I hear this scary music cue. Okay, that's actually useless to open that, but alright. Oh, hey, what's up?
That's her. Leah.
You sure?
Yes.
Guess the universe really wanted her dead, huh?
Something like that, Nina.
There's nothing on her.
What's in the bag?
This is 2. Do you copy? 6. Acknowledge. Over.
Dina.
Street.
It's all of them.
Hey, wait. That's New Jackson.
Look at their fucking smiles. That's her. That's the one who killed him.
Three down, right?
3 down.
6. This is 2. Do you copy? Support Unit India en route to the TV station. Repeat. Support
Shit.
Unit India en route.
Yeah, we should
Over.
get going.
Free arrows, maybe? Free arrows? Free shit?
She's dead. How do you feel?
I'm pissed we couldn't talk to her.
Yeah. But she didn't hurt Joel. It would have been pretty fucked up to make her talk.
Not
She
really.
traveled hundreds of miles to torture him. I don't care whether she held the club or not.
I get it.
Shit.
Get down.
Now we get to sneak out of here.
How are we getting out of here?
We're not, Dina. We're going to die.
On me.
What are you doing?
Cutting them down.
Make sure the building's clear first.
I'm not leaving them up there.
What the fuck's cutting them down gonna do now? Go!
This is super awkward. Hey, yeah, so like, this is super awkward.
Just shut up.
Alright, thank you. Thank you for not making it any more awkward than it needed to be. I really appreciate it. My left? Oh, hey. Hi, what's up, buddy?
I'll check it out.
Y'all didn't see shit. Hold on, let me get over here.
Hey! Spotted them! In here!
This is how I keep dying. This is how I keep dying. It's just charging full speed. Hey! What's up, buddy? Oh.
Fuck, watch it!
I'm just chopping some Find me! Okay, hold on, I have to heal.
Go around! Get this side!
Is there... There's literally only 2 of you left, homie.
Down!
And he's still standing?
That was easy.
I don't think so.
I only almost died because I charged full speed towards them multiple times.
This way. Come on.
Following you, Dina. Oh no! It's the Jeremy Lee guard! She's back!
Move it!
It's them! We got them!
Ellie! Through this window!
Run, Dina! Dina can't die. Like, she has plot armor.
Oh, fuck! Dina! We gotta run!
Trespassers over there!
Are they with this guard?
I don't know, just shoot them!
Don't stop! We gotta
Dina
lose
has
them.
plot armor. I'm not worried about her. Whee!
Dead ahead!
Oh, shit!
Dina, do you want special
Right.
cola?
It'll work for now. Keep going.
I keep offering her that special cola, and she just doesn't want that special cola.
Spores ahead.
Masks. Okay.
Poor Ellie is like, I don't want to wear these fucking masks.
We gotta keep moving.
Oh. Him shine. I say, even though his head is blown the fuck off. It's actually not been blown off, he's just, you know. Alright, we go. Oh, I was getting ready to like
There's a way
hit
through.
a button.
I thought they had us. I know.
Aha! X.
Ellie.
Why do they walk so sassy? Oh god, I remember this part. I remember failing so many times at this fast.
Watch yourself. You should just leave him down here for the infected to eat. No, they killed Mike. I need to return the favor. What the hell was that?
Now they're going, guns blazing. Or you can let them take each other out. Breaks, you have ads in 4.5 minutes. It's actually showing me this time. Cheers. We're almost done with this this day, so we'll be ending here pretty soon. I will go this way.
Get those motherfuckers!
That was damn close, alright. They all grouped up.
Okay.
Much better.
You shouldn't hang out
much
here
better.
for too long. Grab what you can, and then let's move.
Yep. Just, I'd rather deal with the clickers than the people, because on the, like, the clickers are, like, if I'm just standing still, as long as I'm not in, like, a patrol line of a clicker, then they probably won't hear me or be able to find me. So then from there, it's basically as simple as just getting them all into one spot and killing them. Sorry, my app crashed, I guess. It's basically as simple as getting them all into one spot and then going, like, killing them, which you can easily do with a Molotov, so. Simple. Very easy to do. If you're smart about it. Don't do what I did the first time. Dude, I swear, it keeps giving me fucking ads to, like, clear photos off of my phone, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't keep more than 300 photos on my phone, because I don't fucking hate myself. Like, dude, what is it with people that keep, like, 1,000 photos plus on their phone? Like, stop. And then it's all, like, it's like 300 of the exact same photo. Okay, sorry, because it's not giving me an X. There it goes. Okay. Oh, hey Dina, what's up? Alright. Like, sensitive gamer eyes. Ooh, a brick. I love Washington. Seattle brick. Washington. Seattle, you know, either or.
Dina.
Fucking move it!
Shit. Come on. Let's go.
Yeah, that probably won't hold forever.
Are you
but
okay?
You never know.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair,
Thanks. Babe. I'm really tired. Yeah, let's get out of here.
to be fair, it's never like, I don't think. Can I help you, sir? Sir? Excuse me, sir. Pardon, sir. What are you doing? Jack just came in. He needs his love. He needs him's attention. Yeah. Oh boy. He's a good kitty. When you wanna be. You're such a good kitty when you wanna be. Yes, you are. You're just the softest boy. Softest boy. Softest boy in the house. He really is. He's such a soft cat. But then he hates being pet. It's like, well, if not what pet, why soft? Okay. Jack, come, what are you doing? I think he legit came in here to get fucking attention. Cause he's actually just nuzzling shit. Like he usually he'll come in, he'll get a couple of pets, and then he'll go to the food. No, he actually came in here to get my fucking attention. I wish I could put a bed on the desk for him to lay on. He'd love that. He loves to lay. We've got these little llama mats on my dad's desk. He loves to lay on those. Big, long stretch. Long boy. Long, 2.5 foot boy. He's actually 2 and 3 inches. But that's still long. That's still awfully long for just a little guy. He's only like 2. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to get my stealth kills up, because I feel like that could help me out a lot in the future.
This way's blocked.
Yeah, no, I saw the way
Maybe
out.
through here?
I was just getting the loot. Jewels. Well. Good thing I never learned how to read, so I can't read that letter meant for jewels.
Did you hear what they kept calling us?
Scars.
I wonder if that's who made all those murals.
And gutted all those wolves.
Everyone in this city's a fucking psycho.
Yep. Ew.
Fuck.
This is, Shamblers. The Shamblers. I remember them. Didn't think we ran. I was sat there thinking, I was like, I don't remember if we run into the Shamblers this early on, or if Ellie runs into them later on her own.
Jesus.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Bloaters have acid spores. But that didn't sound like a bloater. Whatever the fuck they're fighting, we should let them kill each other.
Agreed. The Shamblers are the worst.
My favorite kind.
I'm definitely gonna die a bunch to the Shamblers, and I'm not really looking forward to that. Can't upgrade anything, because I'm not having any more gears and whatnot, that's fine. Or parts, I guess. Okay, well, not this way. Up here, definitely, but...
Got another ladder across there.
Yeah, sure, fair enough.
Okay.
Let's try this.
How do we get to it?
Hold on, I'm working on it, you know.
That'll do.
Sorry, I couldn't really see what I was doing. We are gonna swing from the stupid road, from the stupid road. Sometimes I gotta scuttle, you know, like scuttle the seagull.
Ladder's broken.
Yeah, I legit didn't even need to climb up there to see that. I just chose to for some frickin' reason. Buddy? So Dina, how's that baby doing in you?
This way.
Got another gambler! Just get out of here! No! Watch out! I got you! I got you! Fuck!
Holy fuck. Me neither.
Right, I'm pretty sure that they canonically exist because, like, they're just bloaters, but they've been in the stinky, stinky sewers. So now they're just, like, stinky bloaters. So how about instead of calling them shamblers, I just call them stinky bloaters?
Watch it!
Oh shit! Nope, nope, no thank you. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Ellie, heads up! Move! Go, quick!
You want to see my health?
Fuck these assholes.
Do you want to see my health? I'm gonna turn myself off for a second, and right behind me, bottom right hand corner, I want you to look at what my health is right now. You can't see it past my snacks, can you? Can you see it past my snacks? Hold on. You can't see it past my snacks. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me turn off my chair so I have floating cookie and beer. Hold on, hold on. Alright, you ready?
They get you? No, I'm clean. Shamblers?
Yeah,
Is that
that's
what
what
they
my
call
health is right now.
Yeah. Where the hell do shamblers come from? I don't fucking know. But they're disgusting.
That's my health. Super small. I know. I'm getting the worder. Give me that worder back. I want the worder. Hydration is important. Give me the worder. Alright. Yeah, so, that's why I kind of just panicked and ran. And I'm honestly very surprised that that worked. I fucking blew myself up. I can't believe well, I can, but I can't. I'm in mild shock that I
It
blew
looks
myself
clear.
up.
As far as I can see.
Well, minus the
Good.
spores.
Shamblers? As if the others weren't bad enough. Guess that's nature for you. Yeah, well, nature's an asshole.
Yeah. You know, happens. Alright, Dina, I'll be back. That's it. I came back here for that. Okay, there's also a new Pokemon card. It's not new, but it's a Pokemon card nonetheless. I don't know if I have all of those. I might not. Also, if you're not aware, I'm going after Abby, not because she killed Joel, because she took my fucking Pokemon cards. What kind of asshole steals another man's Pokemon cards?
Hey, doesn't this look like the lady from the Scar graffiti? Yeah.
It's like rule number 1 of Pokemon trading. You don't steal another man's Pokemon cards. Okay, I have the option to buy Dina some more special cola. Every time I ask if she wants some, I don't get an answer though. Anyways. Forgot the code again. Get me a soda and the code is yours. $152 blank blank. Okay, enough hints. If you can't figure the rest out, I'm with the wrong man. Enjoy. Okay, well...
Let's see.
It's basically as easy as just guessing.
Yes. How'd you do that?
Was yeah.
Magic.
You're my favorite.
It's one of two things. Like, it actually wasn't that difficult, especially once I realized what kind of lock it was. I like to say, like, I fully took the lid off of my moonshine in anticipation earlier when I was running from the Shamblers because I was fully expecting to die. I'm surprised, like, I'm genuinely surprised that I didn't.
There must be a way around. I like your optimism.
Just reach through and unlock it. Like, actually, just reach through and unlock it. Fucker.
Shit. Shamblers. We got this.
Tell me you're not blind? Fantastic. Actually, I'm not sure that that one's a shambler right there. this is a corner. This is a corner. Motherfucker. I don't know how to get out of here.
Look out! Go! Go!
I don't particularly care about the ammo right now. I hit the wrong button. I am literally in a corner. Yeah, I was literally in a corner. I could not get out. Okay. And now I know where I'm going, at least. Anything to cause some sort of distraction.
Time to go. I got your back.
Hold it! There!
Nice distracting! Awesome. I had to do something to cause some sort of distraction. It worked out, to be fair. It worked out fairly well.
Some kind of train crash. Thanks, Sherlock.
You're so smart, Nina. How did you figure that one out? Sorry. I'm gonna go this way, I think. I saw this direction after I'd already hopped into the train, or after I was already hopping in. And then I was like, but loot? I don't think there's gonna be anything down here. We're actually to the very end of this. We're about to have, honestly, low-key kind of one of my favorite scenes in this game.
Jesus. I wonder how long they kept these running past Outbreak Day.
I see some light up that way.
Up we go, then. Dina?
Yeah, coming.
What you got? Another one for Jules? Well, it's a good thing I'm not Jules. Good thing I can't read. You're not named Jules, you can't read. Sorry, I don't make the rolls. I just make the Jules. I can hear the unfollow button being clicked.
Getting closer to light. Hey, let me get you up there.
Yeah.
What you got?
Box. Fuck yeah.
Come on.
Hey, fuck yeah, air conditioning.
That's early. We're almost out.
Lead on.
Oh no!
Ellie! I'm coming!
Here we go. Here we go. It's time. Also, all, I saw the fucking scene of this in the show. It was awful. First of all, why did they take the spores out of the show? Like, I read that they took the spores out of the show, and I was like, why the fuck would you do that? Second of all, just watch this. Just watch this fucking scene. Breathing in the spores for even a second immediately infects you. Just keep that in mind. Breathing in the spores for even a second immediately gives you the infection. So just keep that in mind for this scene right here.
Here, we can share mine.
No!
What?
Don't take it! Stop!
Ellie, stop! Ellie, stop!
What?
No! Ellie, no!
Stop! I'm not infected. I'm immune. I'm not coughing, do you see? Fuck. Dina. Shit. Can you run?
Yeah. Yes.
First
fucking
time
go.
I saw that,
Go.
like me and the person I was with both shouted no when she went to take off her mask. We were both just like, no, Dina, don't do it. I'm so glad Elliot stopped her. I know hold L1 to sprint. I had to help Dina.
Fucking go. Go. Run, Dina!
Ellie!
Right here! Don't slow down!
This way! Hurry! Fuck! Go right!
Oh.
Come on!
Yeah, that's not holding. I dodged right into the clicker. I have to take 2 sips, don't I? Because I didn't take one the last time I got it. I might try freezing this. Somebody suggested that. I might try that. Oh my god, I've actually drunk so much of this tonight. I've actually had so much of this to drink. Oh no! I'm fine.
There's a gate! Move
Yeah, like, I know that they have her get, like, in the show, they have her get bit right there, and then Dina immediately pulls a gun on her? Like, what? No! Absolutely. Just seeing Dina's reaction to Ellie being quote-unquote infected in the game is so much better than the one that they had in the fucking show. Like, Dina! Look, she had the gun pointed at the infected, not at Ellie.
On your feet.
She didn't once think, oh, Ellie's infected, I need to kill her. No. She thought, oh, Ellie's mask broke, I need to help her.
What do you say we rest in that theater?
I love Dina. I love Dina. They're so
sounds so
cute.
fucking good.
They're so cute together. Gay people. Hello, boy. No, you can't just gay. I said gay people and he got upset.
Almost there.
I guess he's homophobic. No, I actually think he heard something.
I got you. Here. Got it?
Oh god, the fucking pregnancy scene. I've seen that too. I've seen that Ellie, I'm pregnant. I'm gonna be a dad. Shut up. Stop. Please. I've seen that shit too. Absolutely not.
You want to tell me what's going on with you?
What's going on with me? Ellie, I I just saw you breathe spores.
Yep.
I told you. I'm immune.
Okay. You're immune? Come on.
I was bitten a long time ago.
The fuck are you talking about?
I was bitten and nothing happened.
Sorry, I'm wiping off like the edge of my moonshine so that I can
The chemical burn.
get it put away. Because we're about at the end here of where I said I was going to play.
Maria and Tommy and Joel are the only ones who know.
And I tried to tell you, you didn't believe me. Which, to be fair, I think I do think she had a fair reaction the first time. Being like, oh, you're fucking with me.
Yeah,
Like,
you
I
know.
do kind of think that is a bit of a fair reaction.
I can't get you infected if that's what you're worried about. I can't make you immune either.
If we go back in Ellie's journal, because she's similar to Arthur's journal in Red Dead, Ellie has entries from before the game started. If you go back, you can find it might be in her current journal or in one of the flashbacks, I don't remember. If you look, you can find an entry about the girl Kat they were talking about. Kat's the one that gave her her tattoo. She didn't know if she was infectious or not, so Kat at some point had climbed on top of her and started kissing her, and she got really upset because she thought she'd infected Kat, and like stayed up all night and watched her, and nothing happened. So that's how she knows she's not infectious. The line, "I can't make you immune" either kind of makes me think that maybe that's how Kat died. Because maybe Kat died, if I don't know if Kat's dead or if they just broke up and she's just not really around or something, I'm not sure.
I think I'm pregnant.
What?
Don't worry, it's not yours.
What are we supposed to do now?
Nothing. I just need to rest for a second.
Are you fucking kidding? How long have you known?
I was late a few weeks ago.
A few weeks? We could have still turned back.
I didn't know. I wasn't sure, okay? I didn't want to be a burden.
Well, you're a burden now, aren't you? Make sure this place is secured. You just rest.
No, she never apologizes for saying that line, but to be honest with you, I think her stepping away and just doing what she did was her way of apologizing. Just very Ellie of her, especially in this game. Yeah! Fuck you, glass! They are also, they are okay after that whole thing. This is, my god, why does this fucking theater have such fancy-ass toilets? I guess to be fair, it's not like a movie theater, I don't think. Don't ask how I did that. Just know that I did that, and that's a mistake I'm gonna have to live with forever. Oh. Yeah, I don't think this is like an actual, like a movie theater. I think it's like a theater.
Fucking pregnant. How could you keep something like that?
Oh, nice low texture. Oh, there it goes. Nice unloaded texture, dingus. Yep, can't read.
Someone was living here.
I've kept my flashlight on like almost this entire time. I'm surprised. I haven't needed to like recharge it. The flashlights, I am not even joking about this. The flashlights are shake lights. So like when it starts going out, you just shake it and it comes back. I know that because that's how you fix your light will start flickering like at certain points depending on how long you've had it on for. And literally the way to fix it is by shaking it. You shake your controller and it recharges the flashlight. I did not say when we got to the theater, I said when we got to day 2 I would go ahead and call it. Right now, I'm gonna keep on playing.
Damn. You get fried? Guess you weren't much of an electrician. Got it.
Going? I like that she pulls her hood up when she's in the rain. It's just a little detail. The cord still looks intact, it's just a little fucked. Just a little fucky wucky. Cords are crazy like that. This old ass technology, this 2013 and whatnot technology is like, oh my god.
Alright.
As someone who was alive in the year of 2013, dude, I was fucking insane. It's just insane. Oh, sorry, it's just insane looking at like, because it's you know, the outbreak was in 2013. What is this? It is. I did not say that right. I don't speak French. I can understand it like a little teeny tiny bit just because of Spanish knowledge, but like, you know, like if I hear a conversation in French, I can pick up the bits and pieces of it pretty easily.
Must be that dude's stuff.
Cool, now I get to steal from him. Yo, he got comics in here? He got comics in here? He got comics? He got... Wait, hold on, sorry. Okay, there we go. Also, I'm not moving forward. Ellie's just doing that on her own. This is funny. Anyways, let's go.
Alright.
Yeah, it's one of these theaters. The fancy kind. With the fancy things and the fancy people. You know how it be. Yeah, for like concerts and shit.
Spooky.
Yeah, but it's surprisingly secure in this theater.
No way.
I like that there's just a convenient guitar wherever she goes. if she's been playing guitar for about 5 years straight now, her... Oh, you added 2 guitars. She's probably got calluses like crazy. Same with doing just random work around. I've had like such a fear of like cutting myself on like a guitar string. It's like worse than a paper cut, I swear. It's awful. It's terrible. Like, this song has just kind of become a comfort song for Ellie. My app crashed again. It's because my phone is too warm. It's fine. Oh, flashback. 3 years earlier. We'll do the flashback. We'll go ahead. We'll do the
Starting to
flashback.
sound like something.
Ugh, I suck.
Just need to build up your calluses, that's all.
Man.
All right, come on.
Is this it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I like Ellie's got all of her pins. So Joel didn't know that she was a lesbian.
I'm gonna start guessing.
You want to
But,
spoil your surprise now.
I really wish. I found this one cute fan art that's like Joel finding a lesbian pin and giving it to Ellie, and she puts it on her bag, and I really wish
Stop
that were
trying to
canon.
guess.
Since
I ain't
it's so
telling you.
cute.
All right. Is it an elephant? Is it a convertible?
You're not gonna guess.
Oh, she did
More
actually.
walking, less talking.
She did guess what it is, though. I don't believe that this is like a
Mind your step.
dangerous.
I got it.
Oops.
I don't believe that this is like a dangerous thing at all. I might just sit down here, drown a little bit. Mostly because I don't remember how to surf. It's X.
What is wrong with you?
You should see your face right now.
What if I drown?
You're not gonna drown. You gotta work on that confidence, kiddo.
Yeah, keep laughing, old man.
See what happens.
This way.
You're the worst.
Your swimming's getting better. Remember now, don't just flail about. You
Push
gotta.
the water with your whole arm. Blah, blah, blah.
Glad to know I'm getting through.
Where's in jeans? Joel? I'm just gonna back away from him slowly. Okay, run. Run. Ellie. Ellie, run. Ellie, run. Ellie, run. Oh. I guess I wasn't supposed to fall in there. I guess I drank? I just died, apparently. I'm sorry, I didn't think it was fucking possible to die there. Alas, it is. So I drink. Fucking God.
Hey, Ellie, come here. Take a look at this. You see that deer over there?
Where?
See it? Just through there. Look.
Yeah. I see it.
Yeah?
Looks like.
How's that feel?
Refreshing.
Yeah, it's not nice getting pushed in, is it?
Well, actually, we need to swim through this part anyway.
I got you back. You're angry and upset.
I am very angry and upset. Now, come on.
He's fuming, can't you tell? I love them. I'm glad we still get these flashbacks.
You're gonna need to dive under here.
If for
Take a
nothing
deep
else, then
breath.
for their
Yeah, I got
dynamic.
this.
Okay. Cool. I didn't know what my dive button was. I do have a breath bar, by the way. It is right next to my health bar, so yes, I can see it. You guys can't, obviously. Like, there's just no good place for me to go on screen, okay?
Is it my 6th grade history teacher wanting to apologize for being a massive dick?
I beg your pardon?
My friend and I would argue whenever he called the Fireflies terrorists. We got a lot of detention.
You know,
Surprised there's, like, no
need to
tadpoles
stop
or
letting
anything.
people rile you up.
Maybe he spoke
It's hard
too
when
soon.
they're dicks.
Point still stands.
When they're dicks.
Got another dive over here.
Where are you taking me?
Oh? Okay. Sorry, she wasn't diving. Might have just, like, not been a good spot for her to
Is
dive.
it a new pair of sneakers?
How many of those do you have?
Not enough.
Me too, honestly. The gays love Converse.
Here.
Okay. Fuck it. I'm done guessing.
Well, good.
But, like, is it a massive comic book collection? No, wait. A new DVD collection?
Yes.
Which one?
Just
Yes.
yes.
How about laser discs? I heard that's a thing.
Dude, they were a thing for like 2 years. Fucking laser discs. Dude, I don't even really know what those are, and I know what VHSs are.
Holy shit, Joel.
We're here.
Oh my god, it is a dinosaur!
And it is.
Joel!
Surprise.
Holy shit.
We're gonna climb the fucking
It's a motherfucking dinosaur!
Joel, I wish to climb the dinosaur. Goodbye.
What are you doing?
I'm climbing the
Ellie,
dinosaur.
Be careful.
I'm climbing the dinosaur.
Yeah, I can see that. Just don't die falling off of one.
I climbed the dinosaur.
I'm on a motherfucking dinosaur!
Whoa, 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 what are you doing? Don't jump. Just climb down.
But Joel. Dinosaur.
Ah!
Hey, hey!
And then I died. I like that she just kind of sits there. When she's when she died, when
Did
she
you
goes
see
under,
that?
she just kind of sits there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, wasn't it awesome?
It's awesome that you didn't break anything.
Where's water? Where's murder?
That was
Negates fall damage. You fool.
What's this?
It's a book?
It's a dinosaur book.
Okay.
Alright.
I like that, like, she's just like a fucking normal kid that just likes dinosaurs and wants to go to space. It's just really goofy.
Oh, man. You want to try it on?
I do not.
Your loss.
Noise. Is it a coin machine? No. Is this a 3D printer? For $2? Anacast. Now you can have your. What the fuck? Okay. What? Don't run away from me. Yo, I've got one of those. Except it's green. It's like a little hand puppet. My brother-in-law got it for me.
Look at those talons.
So I was having a shit
That
time.
is a velociraptor.
Actually, it's a Deinonychus.
Pretty sure these are velociraptors. Yeah. I mean, at least that's what they called them in this movie I saw.
No, I'm pretty sure these ones are velociraptors. I could be wrong though. Let me see this. 2 pages of these are just her talking about Edina. I don't remember there being anything that can, like, kill me here, but I'm very concerned because I have a crafting menu.
Oh, hello. Sorry, the dinosaurs are busy right now.
What are you doing?
Oh, wait. One of the dinosaurs is here. Joel, it's for you.
Very funny.
I love them.
That was pretty funny.
That's a good.
Do
No,
you get
that's
it?
pretty.
'Cause you're old.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Old man. Yo, is this one of those coin machines? Yo! I got like a whole pouch of these. 51 cents? Is that how much it usually is? I have to ask. No, I have to ask. I have to ask. I need to know. I'll be right, I'm also taking this moonshine downstairs because I am done. They are 51 cents. They are in fact 51 cents. I had all that fucking moonshine, and yet I feel nothing. Alright, well, I'm unpinning the message though, I'm done. I'll be done drinking for the night. Might do this again. I think I am gonna, I think I am going to freeze my moonshine and see how that tastes next time, though. Next time we do this. It might be for Spook Month. I might do it for Spook Month. That could be fun. I've kind of contemplating doing like a yearly tradition of doing a 24-hour stream during Spook Month. You don't have coins for the coin machine, do you? I don't think it's like it's not like surely it's just it's not, you know, powered by electricity.
Compsognathus. Whew, it's a big name for little guys.
They'd swarm you.
Did you see that in a movie too?
Actually, yeah. But a different one. See, there's a sequel. Wasn't as good.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so Joel likes Jurassic Park.
Joel, look!
That is a hat on a dinosaur.
Yeah, I put it on the nose too. Fine. Party pooper. Put it on the nose too. For some reason. I am a Stegosaurus.
Whoa, this one's brain was the size of a walnut.
No way. Looks like you two have something in common.
Oh, good one.
That's my slow turn towards Joel.
Triceratops means three-horned face.
That is an
You
unfortunate
do not want
name.
to be on the business end of that horn.
I always say the business end, but what's the other end for? Huh?
Triceratops. At least there's one I recognize.
You don't recognize a Stegosaurus, seriously? That one's gotta be the Mosasaurus. Little baby Mosasaurus, if anything. Or the Plesiosaur, maybe.
Brachiosaurus ate 600 pounds of plants each day. Whew, imagine the poops.
Yeah, there's one scene where, actually one of the guys said, that's a big mound of shit.
What is this movie, and when can we see it?
Tell you what, when we get back to Jackson, movie night.
I'm not sure they can legally. We all know it's Jurassic Park, guys. Come on. We already know he's talking about Jurassic Park.
Gallimimus's name means chicken mimic.
Yeah, I can see that.
Who names these?
Scientists.
Well, they're dumb. The Dimetrodon was an apex predator.
What's an apex predator?
I don't fucking
The most
know,
badass predator?
Huh. Pretty short for that.
Wait, were you talking about me?
Said maybe. I might have been. Ayo, water fountains. Ooh, Pokemon card. Ayo, water fountains. I got a drink. Alright, very cool, Ellie. It's just in. Woman gets paid millions to make funny faces while wearing a mocap suit.
Hey, is this gonna be a thing? Please don't let it be a thing.
Joel's just jealous because he can't be the Hatosaurus. Not because he's not old, just because he won't let me put the hat on him.
Whoa, this one looks like a bird.
Well, actually, paleontologists believe that birds were descended from dinosaurs.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Professor.
I happen to know a thing or two.
From a movie.
Keep going.
Well, actually, the bird thing was kind of a more recent thing, I
Look how
guess.
thick this one's skull is.
Kinda looks like Tommy.
I'm telling him you said that.
Please don't.
I read that as a
That's an lie, right?
parasocial office.
Velociraptor. Joel, this is the one you were talking about, the Velociraptor?
Yeah, those guys were
So
tiny.
small. Well, don't trust the movies, I guess.
Yeah, they always portray them as like medium-sized, but they're actually velociraptors are actually really small.
Did you go to museums a lot?
Yeah. Yeah, Sarah loved them. I swear that girl dragged me to every damn museum in Texas.
They're fun. I like museums. The best way to learn.
Looks
honestly.
like a giraffe.
Giraffe.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Hey!
I see the appeal.
Told you.
He looks amazing. Majol. What he's doing right now, he's Majolin. Ah, yes. One of the very many mass extinction events.
Did you know this was here?
Oh, you don't like it. We can head back.
Oh, shut up.
Crank it. Crank the thing. Crank it.
Hey,
crank
Joel,
the
can you
thing.
name all the planets?
My very educated mother just served us nice pizzas.
Did you just have a stroke?
My Mercury, very Venus, Mother Mars.
Oh, okay. I get it. That's pretty cool.
It's a good one. Except that takes into account Pluto. It's not technically
Hey,
a planet.
Joel, guess what the first animal to go to space was?
I don't have to guess. That was a monkey.
No, it was fruit flies.
Oh yeah, the
In
fruit flies.
1947. It was to see radiation exposure at high altitudes. And they lived through it.
Dadgum, girl, you are smart.
Thanks.
Did they become superflies?
What? No.
It's flies and then a monkey, and then I know they sent a dog up there. It's like, poor
Tell
dog.
me another fun fact.
Astronauts say the moon smells like gunpowder.
That is a fun fact. Well, wait, how would they...
Oh, well, they would take the moon samples back inside and smell them later, I guess.
Yeah, sure, that makes logical sense to me.
Okay, what's next?
You tell me.
Quiz me.
I don't know. Who was the first person in space?
Oh, it's easy. Yuri Gagarin.
Gagarin? Is that...
Gagarin? Or... I don't know how you say it. I've only read it, so... Anyway, he flew to space on April 12th, 1961.
Color me impressed.
Ew, it's Murphy.
How many books have you read about this?
Many.
Come on, Joel. Isn't it incredible?
Why don't you tell me what you like about it?
I don't know. People in your time, they had it easy.
I guess relatively speaking, sure.
I mean, they didn't need to go to space, but they did it anyway. It's ballsy.
Ballsy. All right, kiddo.
Balls.
Now I get it.
Yo, space buggy. Hey yo, it's so fucking cool.
Fuck
It's
yeah.
one of the great things about the end of the world.
Where's the
is that
steering
you get to
wheel?
Rovers don't use steering wheels.
Touch all the
They
various
use
things
joysticks.
Huh.
in the museum.
Hang on.
Want to touch it? Go
What's
ahead,
the real
touch
one?
it.
Well, considering they left the real ones on the moon, I would say no.
Oh yeah, hold up. I just realized. sorry. I can turn off my beer. I'm not drinking that anymore. I'll order. Nice and sit there. Yeah.
Whoa.
But now, hold on just a minute. You're going into space, you're gonna need a helmet.
Oh, right. What was I thinking?
I love them. I love them so much. I love them so much. You don't understand. I actually love Ellie. I want this one because it's yellow. Makes it look like I got piss head. Fuck yeah.
How's it smell in there?
Like space. And dust.
After you. Watch your head.
Whoa.
She's just having the time of her life right now.
Oh! Okay.
Wow.
As you look at all these buttons.
Push them. Push all of them. Every single one.
Man.
You'd hear me in there going to every single fucking button.
Happy birthday, kiddo.
What is this?
This is a thing that took a mighty effort to find. Take it.
It's crazy to think as she's about to pull out a fucking Walkman. It's crazy to think how, like, the older technology that didn't need to be plugged in would actually be so helpful in a zombie apocalypse.
Close your eyes. It'll be worth it.
Okay.
Like, as she's got the fucking Walkman and everything. If you could find an old tape.
Last report, it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition.
She's getting ready. She's getting ready. Oh, my controller's going. This just became a very different game. Now we're fighting zombies in space. As a 15-year-old girl. I love how Joel went, like, all out to make sure that she would have a birthday and a gift that she would enjoy.
Do okay.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You're welcome, kiddo. What do you say we keep looking around, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Hey.
Like, the fact that he canonically gets her pinned and everything, what really makes that, like, fan art of her getting her, of him getting her a lesbian pin, like, really, really makes me wish it were canon. And she still has that space pin on her back. You can actually see it. It's pretty neat. Alright, where are we heading to next, old man? I think we've looked at everything. Unless she's got, like, they've got stuff to say about this stuff over here. Whew. Damn. Satellites just keep getting bigger and bigger, I guess. Just like my dick. Anyways, let's go.
Here.
There's 2 doors. Why didn't you guys just try the other one?
There's more museum stuff over there.
Yeah, I never checked out that building.
Well, let's go.
And just how do you plan on getting yourself over?
Ah!
He's like, I should have never taught you how to swim.
Get down here.
No.
Okay, no, I do think we run
Hey,
into something.
whose birthday is it?
You can't keep doing that.
I want a good splash. We've got more exploring to do.
So I should have never taught you how to swim, Ellie. That was a shitty splash.
Nice.
You could have done way better than that, Joel.
Hey, who's being there?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll open the door for you. Come on, we can't chicken out now.
I'm pretty sure it gets, like, really depressing from here on out, because, such is the, just the course of The Last of Us Part 2.
There.
You see, like, doing this just makes me want to go to Wyoming so I can see all this shit.
Okay, bad news. There's shit blocking the door.
Well, see if you can find me another way in. I'll walk around the outside.
Okay, be safe.
You be safe.
They're so cute.
There are dinosaurs around.
Very cute. So very cute. Yo, it's one of those guys. Don't ask me what their names are, because I don't fucking remember. I will.
Ooh. Stay strong, buddy.
Moose.
This guy needed a hug.
Yeah, you're telling me. You. Fuzzy man. Oh my god, guys, it's birds. Let me see, we got a bird, we got a bird, and another bird, and some more birds! Wow!
It's dark in here.
Yeah, but we got birds. Lots of bird. What is that little itty bitty one right there? It's so small. What is that? It's so small. Songbirds. Four soldiers at the gate. The last one crid.
Shit.
Okay, this guy just has issues. The woman we tortured, she choked on her own blood. Sorry, that's the flashlight and shook. The stragglers who snuck into camp, they just wanted food. The kid who ran into the blast, I couldn't stop him. Pretty sure it's just a boar or something. People in the van, we locked them in and doused it in gas. Ugh, Jesus. I tall. Now the zombies can't get me. Ooh, bugs. I recognize some of these purely from playing Animal Crossing. No thank you, you. It's like, I know that that one's like a violin beetle or some shit. I could be wrong about that also, like that could not be a violin beetle. It could be, it could also not be. There is no light. Yeah, find the fireflies, blah blah blah, whatever. Thanks for the ammo, homie. Wanted to end suffering, wanted to restore humanity. Each time we sacrificed part of ourselves, our leaders kept saying it'll be worth it. Now we've disbanded with nothing to show for our sins. I thought coming here might reignite something, some purpose. My parents loved bringing me here. It's one of my earliest memories from before the outbreak. For all of the cruelty and savagery, those memories just made me angrier. I don't want to be in this world anymore. I can't look at the person I've become. Okay, well, maybe you shouldn't have murdered all those people. Just saying. Later, homie.
Stupid fake animals.
I like that their eyes actually glow, though. That's cool. That's a neat little feature. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at the baby bear! Look at the little bear cubs! Oh, it's so cute and smooth, also. I mean, we already figured out that the guy was talking about the fireflies. Firelights, that's arcane. Fireflies.
The hell was it?
Boar? Pig?
It's just some animal.
Well, let's get a move on. I want to get a fire going before it gets too dark. Come on.
She doesn't know that Joel lied yet. She finds out later, but she doesn't know right now. Seattle Day 2. I'll let the cinematic play. Unless... What the hell time is my PlayStation on? 11:32? It's only 11:21. Okay. We'll go and let this cutscene play and then I'll call it. Mostly because I fear that if I don't, then it won't play next time we play. Which even then I'm pretty sure that this is just her waking up. Alright. Well. At that rate, fellas. I'm gonna go ahead and go. It's been real. Thank you guys for tuning in to the good old 3-year anniversary. I hope you enjoyed and I hope you like the new quote unquote change I made. It's literally just a new room. Once again, all my room assets and everything were made by Argama Witch. You can find her on Booth, on Twitter, or I have a link to her booth in my links about me section. But yeah, at any rate, fellas, thank you guys for tuning in for this mess of a stream. But you know, guys, as always, until next time, I'm gonna go ahead and go. So you guys know, as always, until next time, You guys know the drill. Stay fruity. Good night and good luck. And I will see you guys later. Thank you for 3 years. Here's to 3 more. Maybe. Egg.